Evening, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. And I would like to welcome you to the Coeur d'Alene School District Board meeting for February 3rd, 2020. Would gentlemen please remove their hats, and everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so thank you for joining us tonight. Before we get going, I just want to introduce our participants up front, and I will start at my far right with Miss Lynn Town, our clerk of the board, and Dr. Steve Cook, our superintendent. To my immediate left is Jennifer Brumley, our vice chair, Tamber Pickford, trustee, Lisa May, trustee, and Rebecca Smith, trustee. My name is Casey Morserow, and I'm a trustee and the board chair. A public comment on district-related items is scheduled near the start of the meeting. Please sign in on the sheet provided at the entrance door. Because of the diversity of issues, members of the board will not respond to public comment made during tonight's meeting. Instead, issues may be recorded and referred to the proper staff person for follow-up. Comments may also be submitted to the board in writing through our clerk. Okay, is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved. A second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded twice. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Dr. Cook, you gonna go first here with our recognitions tonight?
Good evening. I'd like to start, first of all, we've got a couple of recognitions tonight, but first I'd like to start with a student recognition. Each year, fifth grade students attend an event at North Idaho College in honor of Martin Luther King Jr. This year, that event took place on Thursday, January 16th, with hundreds of students in attendance. Students were tasked with writing an essay about the impacts of MLK on the world today. Each school chose a winning essay, and the following students won for their school. For Northwest Expeditionary Academy, Ellie Stodiker. For Fernayan Elementary School, Damian Garrett. For Dalton Elementary School, Kyla Chavez. Hayden Meadows Elementary School, Eliza Murphy. Sorensen Magnet School, Isa Armitage. Bora Elementary School, Reagan Scherger. Skyway Elementary, Ethan Linford. Winton Elementary School, Oliver Barnard. Atlas Elementary School, Addie Hamblett. Bryan Elementary School, William Severinson. And I'd like to welcome tonight, representing Ramsey Magnet School of Science, let's welcome TJ Crawford, who is going to read his essay for you all.
My dream is for everybody to be treated equally. I chose this dream because many people feel like they are left out in life. They feel this way because many people don't like who they are. The people that are popular at school or sports have more friends and are given more kindness. Everybody is great at something in life. One person may be efficient at reading but not at athletics, while another person may be efficient at math but not at writing. Most people that get a lot of attention are great at being funny, cool, and are great at sports. Consequently, if you're not great at any of these three things, it's almost guaranteed you are being treated poorly. Being treated this way could affect your confidence and your attitude. In conclusion, people feel like they don't matter in life because people don't appreciate them for who they are. As a result, they feel like they are invisible and they lose confidence in themselves. The next time you see someone struggling with a math test or having trouble getting a goal, just know that this is not their thing and something else is.
Thank you, TJ, for representing all of our students today in that reading. Thank you. All right, at this time I'd like to invite Leslie Streeter, Executive Officer at North Idaho Building Contractors Association, to come up, and also Lisa Brown, Mortgage Consultant at Platinum Home Mortgage and Life Director at NIBCA. Lisa also chairs the NIBCA's education team. All right, tonight we are recognizing the North Idaho Building Contractors Association for a new partnership with our district, an initiative that we hope becomes well established here in our community. We are talking about the first North Idaho Construction Combine, which was held this past April at the Kootenai Technical Education Campus. The building industry continues to be in need of young people who have a passion for skilled trades such as carpentry, plumbing, and masonry. Fortunately, we have many students who are looking to break into careers in this construction industry. So last spring, the NIBCA teamed up with Home Depot to put on the 2-day construction combine at K-Tech. We had 39 high school students from our district and neighboring school districts take part. They spent the better part of 2 days engaged in hands-on learning from industry professionals, including flooring, drywall, plumbing, concrete, framing, and roofing. These kids also built 8 storage sheds, which were then all donated to local veterans. All of the participating students received a 5-gallon bucket full of tools, plus 9 of the juniors and seniors received job offers at the end of the 2-day event. They showed the potential to take on after-school or summer jobs and possibly to make a career for themselves in the building trades. We are very excited to announce that NIBCA will again host the Construction Combine this year. It is scheduled for April 21st and 22nd, this time at the Kootenai County Fairgrounds. We are hoping up to 100 students from all of North Idaho will be able to participate, network with our contractors, and complete more sheds for our veterans. We also look forward to more students receiving job offers. We know there are many paths our high school graduates can take: college, trade schools, military service, apprenticeships, and more. We are excited to partner with North Idaho Building Contractors Association to provide another avenue for young people to explore career options. Let's give them a hand. So on behalf of the Board of Trustees, I'd like to provide you guys with the Inspiration Award, North Idaho Building Contractors Association, in recognition of your efforts to expose Coeur d'Alene Public School students to hands-on training and career exploration in the construction industry through coordination of North Idaho Construction Combine. All right. Thank you. Let's take a picture, and then I'm going to make you talk. All right. Tell the listeners, actually there are some listeners and some people here, what this was like. I saw this for the first time and was immediately blown away about what's actually happening at K-Tech last spring when we did this. Leslie?
Okay, the program started at Idaho State University, and we were first introduced it at a state meeting in Boise and thought it was a great idea. So we worked with the people at Idaho State University, put the curriculum together. They already had it designed. We just simply found local people to help us put it on and get it together. So Home Depot helped. We had many other people that helped us financially. Obviously, building 8 sheds took some money to get that, and then had to get them moved and set up at the people's houses. We had to find the veterans, had to work with a local nonprofit. Last year, we worked with New Beginnings. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with that one. And then this year, we're working with a group that is a little bit more in the construction side. Brandon Rosen is with Constructing Comfort for Veterans. It's another nonprofit, and that's what he does, is help veterans. So it's April 21st, 22nd. We're obviously looking for students, so that's where we need your help. And most of the rest of it, where the gears are turning, we're working on it. So
Pretty much covered it all. They have some pictures that they're showing. It was just really inspiring to watch all these kids. I mean, they had a great time. Speaking to you, it was hard to follow. You are a tough act to follow. But, you know, everybody has their niche. Maybe they're not the basketball star. Maybe they're not the straight A student. But these kids took pride in their work. And the veterans were just overwhelmed. Those are the veterans. They were just overwhelmed with how amazing this program was. And the subcontractors that helped us out, they were all just gung-ho, wanting to get on board for next year. So it was just a win-win for everybody. It was a great event.
And the only other thing I would add is that there was 8 places in Idaho that did it last year, and it's starting to move around the nation. It's happening the day after ours in Spokane. I think there's somebody in Texas doing it, so hopefully it's going to be a national program.
And I would just add, this was such an inspirational event to be a part of, because students that aren't always in the forefront at our schools had an opportunity to show their skills and their trade. And they actually do a draft. At the end of the event, they do a draft where the builders actually say, with the first pick of the NIBCA first annual combine, I pick Joey Smith, based upon the talents and skills that he demonstrated over the past 2 days. And you can see the real-time recognition and the fact that if they want them, kids will be offered jobs on the spot. So just a great partnership. I think it's a great opportunity for our kids. I think it's a great opportunity for our district. And I think you're right. I think this is going to catch on, and people are going to be knocking down the doors to be a part of it. Thanks again for the partnership, and thank you guys.
Thank you.
One more. All right, I think we're going to turn it over to Tambra now, right?
Yes, who gets to follow TJ and that. I actually went out and watched that event take place, and it was incredible seeing all the kids out there and really getting to show them K-Tech and what K-Tech has to offer. So I am up for Teacher of the Month. There we go. And for Teacher of the Month for January, it was Misty Lindberg. She's a 3rd grade teacher at Skyway Elementary. And our next Teacher of the Month for January is a school counselor at Lakes Middle School, Jennifer Zeike, and this was a fun one. She doesn't have her own classroom. She's the school counselor, so Mr. Bankston was like, come along with us to go celebrate. They like to get as many people as possible to go surprise the teacher in their classroom. And her husband was in the back room hiding, and she had no idea it was for her. So he was like, and we're here for our Teacher of the Month, and pointed right at her, and she was like, well, completely shocked. It was awesome. So anyways, that school counselor at Lakes Middle School for Jennifer Zeike. And then our Shining Star Award goes to Amy Kearns. She's Attendance and Discipline Secretary at Lake City High School. So please join me in thanking and celebrating our Teachers of the Month and Shining Star Awards for January.
Okay, thank you, Tambra. And we'll move on to high school student body reports, and I'll have Coeur d'Alene High School go first tonight. Welcome.
Superintendent Cook, Chairman Morrisroe, and other esteemed members of the board, thank you for having us here today. My name is Megan Corrett, and I'm the ASB president at Coeur d'Alene High School. With me is Ashley Murphy, our secretary, and Parker Drexel, our vice president. This past month, we had Fight for the Fish. It was an extremely huge event for our school, and we were successful and won the fish, but we would like to congratulate Lake City as well. It was a very fun game for both of us, I believe, and we'd like to thank the district for providing us with this opportunity. Also this past month, seniors began job shadowing their mentors around the community. This has been a very exciting moment for our seniors because they get to have hands-on experience in the career fields that they are interested in. They will present on these projects at the end of the school year. We also just started our Thirst project today, and basically what we're doing is we're collecting money in the Commons with Key Club, and it's going to all go towards building a well in Africa. So Key Club has been working very hard on this, and we are very excited to see the results. Tomorrow, we are going to be wearing purple to support spirituality and the benefits it provides through sources of strength. Upcoming, we have Sadie's on February 8th, this weekend, and that is a Girls Ask Guys dance. And we also have been selling tickets this week. It is $5 without ASB and $7, or $5 with ASB, $7 without. On February 20th through 22nd, we have Student Council State, which we are very excited for. And then on the 23rd through 25th, our DECA is going to state as well in Boise, and they will be competing to see if they can move on to nationals. And then on the 21st through 28th, we have Wish Week, which is very exciting for us. It's the second year that we've participated in Wish Week, And basically, we are supporting a 4-year-old in the community who has a brain tumor, so we can support her wish. Her wish is to go to Sesame Street, and she's super cute, so we're really excited about that. Our goal this year is $2,000, and we'll be having a Spirit Week as well. BPA is going to state the second weekend of March, and we'd also like to invite you guys all to our Viking Country auction on March 14th. It is $50 for a ticket. You get dinner and also to be a part of the live auction, which is very exciting. And then we are just getting ready to plan for prom, which was moved to April 11th. And that basically sums up our next few months. So thank you again for having us.
Thank you. And Lake City High School, have you guys come up next?
Good evening, esteemed board chair, honorable trustees, superintendent Cook, and district administration. My name is Jacob Baker, and I'm the ASB president at Lake City High School. Also with me is ASB vice president Sam Putrin, ASB secretary Emily Damshin, and ASB treasurer Carter Gordon. Things are busy as usual at Lake City. Last month was Fight for the Fish, and we're so proud of our amazing student body for all of their hard work and school spirit. This was the best year of competition we've had by far, and we want to congratulate CHS on their awesome win. We also had our annual strobe dance on Saturday, which was full of neon lights and so much fun. Our 8th grade parent night will be on Thursday, February 27th from 6 to 8 p.m., where parents of incoming freshmen can learn more about all of the programs and activities that LC has to offer. In college and career news, we will be offering the ASVAB at Lake City on March 2nd. This is available specifically for juniors, but any student from any grade is welcome to participate. Ms. Delgizi also finished sophomore class visits last month, where all sophomores worked through career cruising activities and learned more from folks at K-Tech about offerings and options for their junior and senior years. We also launched Vandal Kickstart, a University of Idaho initiative that supports a senior in their entire enrollment process while at Lake City. NIC Connect is also up and running, and both programs are currently focusing on financial aid and scholarships. Finally, the Now and Next Summit will be on March 16th, and the CTE and Transfer Roadshow will be on March 20th. Schools from all around Region 1 are encouraged to participate. Last but not least, we are proud to announce a rare honor for one of our Lake City students. The White House Commission on Presidential Scholars and the U.S. Department of Education recently announced that one of our seniors, Karina Magnus, has been selected as a candidate for the United States Presidential Scholars Program. Students are chosen for outstanding performance on the ACT or SAT. This program recognizes the accomplishments of some of our nation's most distinguished graduates, chosen for their leadership and service to school and community. We're very proud, Timberwolf community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight, and we'll see you next month.
Okay, thank you, Lake City. And next, I'll invite up Kim Ziegler with the Coeur d'Alene Education Association report. Good evening, Kim.
I'll wait until they're all clear. Good evening, Board Chair Morris Rowe, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Cook, Miss Town, district employees, and the public. Thank you once again for allowing me to present this evening. I bring to you this evening another celebration, this one from our 7th grade science educators, Karina Selby, Deanne Shillington, and Annette Brennan. At the start of our school year, these ladies collectively put together a proposal for an Excel grant in order to have Stone Rose Fossil Query come to each of their schools. Stone Rose came and gave a presentation on the Earth's history, and that led the students through splitting open rocks and finding their own fossils. Each student was given a fossil to take home as well. It was a very cool experience for every 7th grade in the district to have. The Coeur d'Alene Press also came and took pictures and interviewed some of the kids while Stone Rose visited Woodland. The article shared that the students used chisels and hammers to tap along the sediment layers of pieces of shale to uncover fossil lives that once thrived in Republic, Washington. This experience allowed for the students to investigate and explore the change of a life form over many thousands of years. According to the press article, the Stone Roads operations manager, Travis Wellman, educated the kids about plate tectonics and the geological history of North America, with a focus on the Northwest. He gave a presentation showing how once Idaho and Washington were all underwater several million years ago, and how life forms have changed through time. These teachers would like to extend a huge thank you to the Excel program for supporting their students and their learning. On another note, if I can add a thank you into my presentation tonight, this week is National School Counseling Week. I would like to thank each and every one of our devoted and amazing counselors that advocate for our students in our district. I ask you and the public if you could please reach out to a counselor this week and thank them for the amazing things that they do and the devotion they have to our students. That is all I have for you tonight. Thank you for allowing me to present.
Okay, thank you, Kim. Let's see, Board of Trustee comments. I didn't see anything signed up specifically. Are we good there? Okay. So we will move on to public comments. And before we do that, I'll just read my script here. So I want to remind the public, while this is a meeting of the Board of Trustees that takes place in public, it is not a meeting with the public. It is a meeting of the board to conduct district business. The board does allow some limited public comment on district-related items. Those wishing to address the board during public comment are limited to one comment period not to exceed 3 minutes. If you have additional comments that you would like to present to the board, you may provide those comments in writing through our clerk of the board, Ms. Town. She will ensure that board members receive this additional commentary. Please keep in mind board members will not respond to public comment. If I determine that an individual statement is too lengthy, personally directed, abusive, or repetitive, I may terminate that speaker's privilege to address the board. And we just have one person signed up tonight, Shelley Blank. Yeah, hi. Good evening. If you'll just make sure the mic's on there, so the red light
The red button.
just above the
Am
button.
I on? Okay, wonderful. Okay, good evening, board, and good evening, Superintendent Cook. I am Shelley Blank. I teach at Lake City High School. I'm fairly passionate about what I do. So I'm here this evening just to share with you some of my thoughts about the block schedule. I've been teaching in the district for about 20 years, and I've taught elementary and secondary. I spent about 6 years as an instructional coach, so I've worked in about 10 different buildings or more in the district. So I just wanted you to consider some of my thoughts. The district has invested heavily in the workshop model and training its teachers in the PEBC instructional strategies offered in Denver. This provides the block schedule provides the ideal environment to establish authentic relationships, trust, and the workshop model. To remove the block schedule would reduce the opportunity to build authentic workshops due to the loss of instructional time. Those outside of daily instructional practice may not be able to appreciate the impact of this, but I can, because I taught both elementary and secondary, and I understand the implications of changing this model. My second point is the block schedule is highly conducive, again, to establishing trusting and respectful relationships with students and establishing a tone in the classroom that I can't replicate for you here. I invite each of you to come and experience it in my classroom. It's wonderful. The culture and tone is evident when you're experiencing the block schedule. I've worked, again, in many different buildings in our district, and the block schedule offers a unique culture. I believe it is mainly due to the fact that we have more time to work with students. Good instructional relationship is not necessarily built on repetition, but it is built on quality time. The block schedule allows for quality time, reflection, and planning. I have never had this type of allowance for time for reflection upon my practice. Number 3, many students come into Lake City High School at a deficit for reading success, and because of this, our unique elective-based reading workshop program is essential. All of the classes that I teach are electives. If we were to lose the block schedule, we may be at risk for losing this program and all that it offers. These electives are essential to at-risk learners. I had a student come to my workshop last year who was reading at a 2nd grade reading level. He is now approaching grade level as a sophomore. This is an absolute game changer for him. Not just for graduation and grades, but for his freedom of choice in all that he does for the rest of his life. Number 4, invest, inspire, and innovate. The block schedule offers more opportunities for students, our student body, not just in classes and what is offered for a curriculum, but in relationship. I'm urging you to consider why you would allow us, our district as a whole, to remove those opportunities for students. I've heard from the many students I work with that the block schedule is one of the main reasons that they are thriving. It is their saving grace. It truly equips students for self-accountability. I thank you for your time. And again, come visit anytime. It's a lovely environment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shelley. All right, moving on to consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda A through Q? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on any of those items? Okay, I have 2 in there. One was just on the minutes from the January 27th meeting, or the workshop that we had. Ms. Town had kind of summarized our comments there, and I had asked towards the end of my comments for some data to come back to us just about growth, student growth between the 2 bell schedules, and I'd like that reflected in the minutes. So I'm just asking that we make that addition to those minutes. So that's my first comment. The second comment or thing I wanted to point out on the CHS football requests, travel requests, they're making their request but haven't included the form yet or the kind of the financial information, the normal stuff we ask for. So is there a reason, or I saw in the Q&A, I guess there's a reason for that travel wouldn't be till the 21 school year, 21-22 school year, but they need to commit now to this 2-game series, a home and away. So I guess I'm asking if we're proving the concept, that's kind of what it seems like to me, but are they still going to come back to us for a travel approval later?
Yeah, I
Or
would.
is this it?
Right now, they're just trying to get conceptually if the board supports the idea of doing this, and then when the time comes for that agreement to actually take place, we would be bringing that document and that sheet back in front of you guys, probably, I would guess, later this year, perhaps in the fall, late summer, early fall.
Okay, so I guess my preference on that would be that, I guess how I vote depends on what we're approving, but if we're approving the concept and they're going to come back to us for the travel request with the financial and student number information, all that, then I'd be okay. With that, I don't know what you guys think on that, but
I think it would depend. Are they signing a contract to agree to this future game? I guess that's where I was confused. It seemed as though they were entering into an agreement with this team. So is that part of our approval tonight, that they're entering into agreement to travel for the game?
Essentially, yes. They're going to enter into an agreement where there'd be a game, a home game each, and that travel arrangement, since we would be the traveling team the following year, that's what you guys would be approving, is that travel. They would be the ones that would be doing the traveling in this first year, and they'd be coming here for this coming fall.
So would there be a penalty then if the future board did not approve that travel agreement?
In theory, yes. Yeah.
Just something to discuss.
so I don't.
Is there a way for them to come back with a estimate on the form? Like we received the form request for permission for student travel, could they not estimate? I know at one point we saw kind of what they thought that it would cost and how many would go. Are they not able to estimate that? And
they can
I'm just wondering why we didn't get that paper. And I mean, obviously they could put somewhere on there that this was an estimation, and we could, make it a little clearer as they approach that 2021, but I kind of agree. It's like a pre-approval.
Yeah, I think they could. It's a challenge because it's a next year arrangement, and I think that's the estimate would be just that. I think we could have that to you guys if that's going to help. I think at this point, though, there's this. It's a speculation based upon that we would think that those costs would be, the expected amount of fundraising per kid and participants. We're talking about a game. Essentially, the travel would be for a game that would be in the fall of 22. The 22, is that right? 21-22 school year, so it'd be in that fall. So we're speculating about 18 months, 19 months out. So, could it be done? Yeah. Is it going to be accurate? Who knows?
Yeah, I guess my problem with it is the policy's pretty clear on the information they're supposed to provide to us to make a travel request, and they haven't provided the information. So if this is essentially a travel request, I can't support it, I guess, at this point without the necessary information. That's why I asked for the information this morning, because I thought maybe the form was just missing and they'd throw the form together and give it to us. So, okay, please.
Good evening. Part of the challenge of doing the travel form is a lot of the flights aren't even listed for that fall, and this summer they'll have a better idea, beginning of August, how many players, and we should have a better idea of what flights would look like. So we could put something together for next month's packet, but it would be really a ballpark estimate, and it may be very far off what actual costs would be.
Yeah, and I looked at it as it wasn't the actual travel request. It was an intent to enter into an agreement with the school district, knowing that, like Dr. Cottle said, we don't have those actual expenses. I'm happy to move forward as long as there's not a penalty to the district if the board going forward does not approve that travel request. If that helps.
Okay, so Ms. Town, how do we take care of those two items? I guess first, is there agreement on the minutes?
Yeah, I want to clarify those minutes. I think the mistake was in the memo last week. It said that I requested the growth information. I think that's the information that you were inquiring, and it was included in the superintendent report on Friday, on the weekly notes, so we could clarify it. Mm-hmm.
I got caught not reading my weekly notes yet. Well, I read a 400-page packet instead. Okay. So, do we need to scrap the motion and start over?
You can amend that motion to approve the consent agenda as corrected.
No, so we need to, let's see, we're taking a long time for a consent agenda. Is there a motion to amend the motion? Is that correct? To make the addition to the minutes and to stipulate that Coeur d'Alene High School football team will have to come back with a travel request in the future when they have the known data.
But we can approve their
Well, we're-
initial request to enter into an agreement with Alaska.
Yeah. Is that
And
clear enough?
The minutes as amended.
Yeah, I think I said that, the addition to the minutes. Yeah, okay.
That's good.
Is there such motion?
I did.
Okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. All right, sorry, folks. Okay, let's move on to our finance report, our finance information. Good evening, Katie.
Good evening, Chair Morris-Rowe, members of the board, Superintendent Cook. I've prepared a finance report this month where we take a look at the governor's budget request for K-12 education. Overall, Governor Little's state budget is conservative. Higher ed and some agencies are seeing cuts for the coming fiscal year for Governor Little's budget. And just to kind of preface all this information, we're just taking a look at the governor's budget proposal. None of this has been passed, but it does give us kind of a picture of where things could go. And so that's why we're interested looking at this budget request. For Governor Little's budget, K-12 education is where he seems to be more generous, but we do want to balance this with what increases we've seen in prior years, and that's when things start to look a little bit more modest. We also have one key piece of information. Well, it's more of a rumor, but we feel that we've heard this rumor from multiple sources, and so on expenditure increases for the district. And so with all of this information we're going to take a look at, I think the takeaway is that we're going to need to enter this budgeting process for the coming school year very carefully taking a look at all of our needs, taking a hard look at all those needs. So you cannot see any of that. I do not expect you to be able to see any of that, but I just want you all to see the format that this is a really great format that we get every year that helps us compare the current year appropriations from the state for education compared to the Superintendent of Public Instruction, Sherry Ybarra's request, and then Governor Little's request, and then it shows the difference between current year as well as percentages, potential percentage increases. So it breaks down all those line items that come from the state and shows us what is being asked for from Governor Little. Now, we don't need to look at this whole sheet. We don't even need to be able to see everything, because the most important thing, there are 4 slices to that pie, that appropriations pie, that we zero in on because they make up the majority of that pie. It's our career ladder salaries, our discretionary funding, salary-based apportionment for administrators and classified, and then our career ladder benefits, and we lump in our other employer benefits. So that salary-based apportionment piece, which we always know that is a huge piece of our funding, as well as the discretionary, is what makes up the state's budget as well. So the first thing we're going to look at is discretionary. Governor Little's budget does not request an increase to our discretionary unit distribution factor. So that is really interesting to hear, because we've seen an increase since FY12. So back in when we started having cuts due to recovering from the recession, it's interesting to see that this is the first year that it's being considered not to have an increase in discretionary units. Last year we saw a 3.4% increase, which added just under $500,000 to our budget. A lot of times when in the budgeting process, we will look to that for our increasing health insurance benefits, any sort of operations needs that we have, and so that is something that's going to be difficult going into this process if that does come to play out. We also have, so if you take those 4 largest categories of the appropriations budget, you start to look at the percentage increases. Now, one thing that's interesting to look at is in a budget, and every year the appropriations budget will have growth factored in, and you want to make sure you isolate that growth because you're not going to see that play out in your spreadsheets when you're starting to figure out what increase you have to budget with. And so you want to isolate that growth, and there was, I think it was over I can't remember the exact percentage of growth, but if you subtract that out from the governor's increases, you start to get a clearer picture of what the actual increases are. And then we compared to prior year increases from the appropriations budget adjusted for growth as well, and you see that the increases are lower than prior year. And it's a little bit difficult for us to just talk about prior year as far as the state budget because we had a pretty significant change in our budget last year from the levy increase. And so it will be hard to move into this year without an infusion of additional dollars in the budget from the levy increase. But we also, it may feel even like a more difficult budget process when we're not dealing with that increase. And then we also have less state money to work with, new state money. So I may sound like a broken record to most of you that listen to budget presentations, but I just want to go through this. A percentage on the revenue formula does not equal the cost to a percentage salary increase. So if you look at this and you see career ladder salaries adjusted for growth is almost 4%, you may think, well, that means we can afford 4% for career ladder teachers that are placed on the career ladder. That is not true because the district pays more than the state allocates for salary. And I did a quick calculation last year, taking what the state allocates for salary-based apportionment versus what we actually spent in general fund salaries, and it was 40% more. So that gap that's even before the raises that we had this fiscal year. So that there is a gap, and we just have to keep that in mind when we're looking. This is not an apples to apples comparison when you're talking about the increase on the state formula versus what we can afford. And so just to sum all this up, JFAC will continue to work with this in Superintendent Ibarra's request, and we should see a budget here in the next couple months. And this is the kind of the rumor zone where we've been hearing reports from multiple sources that we should expect a double-digit increase for our health insurance benefit. And if we were to go at the lower end of that double-digit increase, just a 10% increase, that could cost an estimated $900,000 to the district budget. So taking this with the more modest state increases, it's just, kind of setting the scene for our budget process this spring. Any questions?
Katie, do you have any idea why we might see a double-digit increase other than everything that's happening nationally with healthcare, but is there any other reason that can be attributed to that?
Well, so we're in the statewide pool, and we have state employees that are in this insurance pool, and it's going to be based off the cost and whether or not there were enough premiums to cover the costs. So. Any other questions?
How about budget subcommittee? I know we start that in the not too distant future, a few months. Is that going to be something we're doing again this year?
Yeah, we had some discussions in our last CAPS meeting last week, talking about the timing, and it looks like they're going to be, I believe, after the legislative roadshow is usually when we can get everything put together, and that is late April, so the budget subcommittee meetings should start shortly after that.
So I just ask, we have so much going on at the board level right now in committees and meetings and all those sorts of things. Hopefully it cools down a little bit at that point, but maybe at our April meeting, we can figure out who's gonna serve on that committee. I think we've had 2 people in the past, but at least designate one of us so we can get that on our calendars. Thank you. Okay, next up we've got policies for action. And so these we saw last month for information. They've been out for the last 30 days. And is there any question on these, or is there a motion to approve these policies as presented?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I would just like to acknowledge Lillian Smith and her hard work in getting the SAG committee brought to our attention, and I think moving forward it'll be a great addition to our district and to our board.
Thank you. I had a question just on the SAG committee. There was one public comment we received on that policy, and it didn't look like there was any, I guess, amendments to the policy or changes to the policy. There was one in there? Oh, green. You threw me off with a green. Okay. How about the comments about Dr. Cook about kind of grade level appropriateness at elementary? We talked about that a little last month.
Yeah, I think the comment was very articulate and very deeply written, and much of what was written was more in the administration and how that the grouping would be developed, delivered, and just maintained. And we would tend to agree that it's not going to be a great responsibility to have maybe an elementary school student sit at every board meeting. But nonetheless, we wanted to have the opportunity for kids to have meaningful dialogue and impact, and potentially give great feedback both to the board and to have that opportunity for those kids to lean in. So while we didn't make significant changes to the policy based upon this comment, we do feel like much of what that person had to say was worthwhile, and it'll be up for consideration when we administer this. So.
And are we thinking the coming school year to implement this policy and start?
Absolutely, by the end of the school year, by the beginning of the school year, and if we can, we would like to get it even started sooner.
Okay, so those comments are going to be addressed more in procedure, which is to come still. Is that
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So it was moved and seconded to approve the policies as presented. Are there any more discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Dr. Cook, we're into information items here, and looks like we have our deferred maintenance report from the Amoresco folks. I'll turn it over to you and let you go from there.
Yeah, so this has been a long time coming, and we are excited about this. There's been a tremendous amount of work that's gone into this, and I want to give a public shout out to Mike Westrup and his team for essentially putting either hands on or eyes on every piece of equipment, every asset, every motor, every HVAC system, every fuse box, you name it, they reviewed it. We're excited to introduce to you Mark Reddish and Rob Hanlon from Amoresco to help present our first kind of take on deferred maintenance and how the district is going to want to think about the approach of managing our resources here in the near future and as we move forward. And a lot of good news in this, so I'm going to turn it over to Jeff. Jeff, are you going to do formal introductions? Or are you just going to kick it off to them?
Yeah, let me just brief this a little bit more in detail as well. This has really been kind of a three-phase part for us. The first part was data building. And that was conference calls with Amoresco to sit down and say, okay, how many structures do we have? what is the makeup of those facilities? What is the age of them? When have we done remodels and additions to them? It's just taking all the data that we have from a bunch of different sources in the district and bringing it together to help build the profile that we think we have. And, looking at what kind of HVAC systems and, roofs and things do we have. And then the second aspect of that was our guys going out and verifying in the field. And so that's what Dr. Cook was referring to, where we, we're looking at every system, every component that we have to that. And the third part of that is as we move forward tonight. And so I am pleased to present Mark Reddish and Rob Hanneline to you guys tonight to give us a first look at the data that we've collected on that.
Jeff, just real quick, or Dr. Cook, sorry guys, before we go into that, can you maybe just briefly for those here or at home, just how did we get there? How did we get to this point with Amoresco, or maybe just a quick kind of why?
Yeah, so I would say a little over a year ago, we started talking about this idea of splitting out new construction from tending to our existing resources and our assets and the buildings that we already currently have, and how we would manage maintenance on those resources and what that would look like. And so the very first place that we started was looking for and searching for some mechanism. And if you recall, I think we referenced Brian Martin's brain as the database for which everything that ever was changed or fixed in this district was the resource. And Brian was on his way to retirement. And so we actually and actively took on the idea that we needed to start looking at this in a little more 21st century model, since Brian wasn't going to want to keep coming back and helping us. And we sent out bids to find some kind of source that would help us with this task. Amoresco stepped up, cut a great price for us, and has been the district partner since that time, and has helped us start building that capacity in our system, both for short-term immediate needs and long-term kind of planning and growth and development over the district's needs for up to the next 10 to 15 years and beyond. And so this is kind of a culmination of a lot of those entry points to start that work and to make sure that we know what we're up against, what we're facing, what we've done well at, and maybe some things that we need to go back and start tending to, and just looking at our buildings and, just our buildings as community assets that we need to invest in and maintain. The numbers that they're going to show you, I wouldn't even have guessed the hundreds of millions of dollars that we quantify our buildings in. And so they're going to share that with you tonight, and then what kind of commitment we need to make sure that they're maintained going forward.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you. Good evening. Dr. Cook, thanks for the intro, and Jeff and board, staff, trustees, thank you. My name's Rob Hainline with Amoresco. Amoresco is a national company with a local office. We work with public entities such as the school district and state municipalities to evaluate their infrastructure and put together strategies for strategic capital planning. In April, as Dr. Cook mentioned, we did sign a contract. The school district procured Amoresco's Asset Sustainability Planner, which is a software platform to build some strategic capital planning strategies. My colleague Mark Reddish, which is with our Asset Sustainability Group, is going to run through the findings and talk through the process and show you, what the value is of your district, and walk through some deferred maintenance costs, and we'll go through the presentation, and then at the end, if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer and share with you how we got here and some of the data and details behind it.
Thanks, Rob. Well, good evening. I'm excited to be here. This has been a inspiring board meeting. I come to a lot of these meetings, and they're not as uplifting usually as this was. I really appreciate it. I guess it's up there, so it's part of your mission. So just a little scope of what we did with our facilities condition assessment. So as you heard, this was, we systematically went through every building, sort of deconstructed it, if you will, and said system by system, where does every one of these sit on their life cycle? So for every manufacturer that's selling a window system, a roof system, et cetera, they have a stated life cycle to it. That's one data set. We look at RSBeans, we look at our own database, et cetera. There's a stated life cycle that we established for each system, every building. So We established what was outside of life cycle. We established those systems that had life cycle left. We established how long they had left in years, what would be the cost to replace it when it expired. So this is capital planning. This is the best case for capital planning, to know this sort of data. So that was a big piece of the assignment, was using our process to come up with the capital needs, using life cycle profiles. Via that, we can create a multi-year capital plan. We made sure to take the data and put it into a series of industry standard metrics, which we'll go through tonight. We try to make sure that it's risk-based so that it's not just maintenance data, but there's also a financial implication to it as well. We'll talk about that. And then we'll talk about kind of what to do with this. How do you analyze it, and how do you set some targets using it? So that'll be the context for this evening. So if you're a portfolio, if you're a public institution with a portfolio, you're not looking to flip your properties. You're looking to make long-term investments. And so it creates a question of how much do we need? How much do we need now? How much are we going to need in 20 years or 30 years? What's your legacy going to be, et cetera? And as you can see from the ASCE, by and large, the country's not doing a very good job at this. We're not doing a good job at making the necessary investments in our built infrastructure. And what they cite as the primary component is a lack of comprehensive data. The good news for this project is you're sitting on a mountain of data now. You have a great database, and this database is yours. That's one of the outputs of this, is that we compiled it along with you, but now it's yours. And you have a living, breathing capital planning tool going forward. It was a really, I think it was a really wise investment. So just a little bit about how the data was developed. I'll try to go quickly through this, and we can answer questions however you'd like. But we took some of the data that you had. The database behind what we use is called Asset Planner. It's a database that has 88,000 finished life cycle profiled buildings in it. It's got over 3.2 billion square feet in it of finished life cycle profiles. So there's a lot of data in there that we try to mine with all of our new clients. So part of the exercise was us getting a building list and saying, tell me the name, tell me the age, tell me the size, tell me the number of floors, the functional use, and the site address for each one of your buildings. And then I went into my database and I found something similar, and I modeled it. So I modeled it in the database. I pre-populated this database that said if this building was built in 1980 and it was this size and it's in this region, it's got this number of floors and it was this type of building, these are the likely systems to be in it. And if it was built in 1980, then we would expect that the roof perhaps in 2002 would cycle. And so we just pre-populated a database so we had something to work with. The next piece of the assignment was we do what we call asset reviews, where we talk to staff and we ask that question. In 2002, was that roof replaced? It was outside of life cycle, was it replaced? Yes or no? No wrong answers, just yes or no. And if it wasn't replaced until 2008, we go in there and we revise the database and who did it and how much did it cost, et cetera. Was it just a section? Was it the entire roof? All those sort of questions get answered. We ask questions about maintenance plans and practices, and that can influence whether or not these systems will actually have a longer life or a shorter life if there's proper maintenance done against them. This is a great way to get some of the institutional knowledge out of your maintenance team, out of their brains and into a database. So it's yours going forward. It's a great exercise. At the end of those asset reviews, we used our mobile tool. We could put it in the hands of the maintenance team, and they systematically went through each school and collected the data. A lot of it was revising some of this from the modeling and from the asset reviews. They went and they were armed with data, so they weren't creating data from scratch in the field, which makes for an efficient process. They took a lot of pictures. They did a lot of revisions. They had to put actions, assign actions. So to go in there and say, yes, indeed, it is a roof, and yes, indeed, it is got 2 years left on its life cycle, or it's 2 years after its life cycle. We then ask them to put a task on there, a task like it needs to be replaced, it needs to be studied, whatever, it needs to be repaired, whatever it might be. So all that was done. We started this in last spring.
April.
Yep. I think. And did a lot of work over the summer and into the fall. Hats off to the team. They really did great work. Yeah. They were very thorough. I've seen a lot of these databases, and I don't see many as thorough as the ones that were produced. So We were really happy with that. So some of the findings. So the portfolio, average facility age is 31 years. The total facility size, the total portfolio size, is 1.36 million square feet. So the current replacement value, I think the one to imprint on is that one in parentheses, the $395 million. So that's to say that if something catastrophic happened, all the buildings were leveled, you still own the land, but you got to rebuild them like for like. It would cost you $395 million to rebuild them like for like. And that's an important number, because using that number and using what we established as needs, we can come up with some ideas about what percentage of these buildings are actually in deferral, right? We can benchmark those against that. I'll show you how we use that CRV, that current replacement value. This is kind of building by building, and you can see, we talked about that average age. The average age at 31 years, something slightly misleading about this is your portables are newer than your permanents, and your portables are actually pulling that number. Actually, they're pushing that number up to 31. Your permanent buildings are actually older than this. But just because they're old buildings doesn't mean they're bad buildings.
Can I ask you just about that? So average age, that's from when it was originally constructed. And if it's been significantly remodeled or something, you still go by the original date.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yep. So this is a screenshot from the Asset Planner database. So the entire audit, everything we did is warehoused in this Asset Planner tool, which you have a license for. This will be your capital planning tool going forward. Every building gets its own iteration of the software. You can roll it up to a portfolio level, or you can look at it in groupings, or you can look at it building by building. Here's the Coeur d'Alene High School right here. On all the reports that I'm going to show you have their own version, again, portfolio level versus building level. So this is a 30-year view of the capital needs by discipline. So the first year there represents this year. It represents everything that's due this year. So that's really how high your backlog is. That's how much deferred maintenance you have. So it's just shy of $17 million in deferral. Everything to the right, year after year after year there, is all based on life cycle projections, right? That's all based on when these systems are likely to expire, okay? So it's color-coded. The legend at the bottom shows you the different disciplines, so you can see the blue is the mechanical, so you have an idea of how much mechanical items you have right now in your deferral. This is great data to start saying in the next 5 years, next 10 years, or how much roofing projects will we have? Will we have a lot of electrical? Will we have a lot of mechanical, et cetera? It can help you with letting larger contracts and getting a better value on them. It can maybe influence your hiring practices if you know what sort of needs you have coming up. It's just really, really useful data to have.
I have a question.
Yes.
What caused the spike in 2038?
2038. I'd have to look at it in the database. It's orange. Oh, I can see it over here. So interiors are usually kitchen and bath. The red electrical could be some sort of branch wiring systems. The site work gets really expensive. That could be pavement, some sort of parking lots, et cetera. Yeah, but we can. I can follow up with an answer for all of that. You have it all in the database.
I've got a question for you on this slide too while we're here. So on the backlog, is that field tested or field verified that those systems are in need of replacement, or is that also just off kind of projections?
No, field tested.
Okay.
Yep. Everything is field tested. Everything has had eyes on, with commentary on it as well.
And so going forward, the deferred maintenance, that doesn't take into account any of these new numbers moving down the axis.
No, that's
so we
the
could
next
just
slide.
add
You're absolutely right. That's where this is going. And the dotted line there is the average annual funding amount. So we worked with Jeff on pulling that number together. So if that number is at 1.5, that's what we have right there, 1.5 million. That's having $500,000 from your annual budget kind of allocated to capital items, not to new construction, but to capital maintenance items, if you will. And then $1 million of that 1.5 has come from bonds that you have issued before. And so again, this is a average of 1.5 million. And you can see to why you have deferred maintenance is because there has been funding shortfalls.
I have a question for Jeff, just on the $1.5 million deferred maintenance. You mentioned that they were in some bonds moving forward, but some of those bonds will come to term, and so it's not a continued or guaranteed $1.5 million annually, is it?
That's absolutely right. That number is not a guaranteed number. So Mark's going to present some numbers of needs coming up here in a couple of minutes, and I think that's really going to be the critical number that we need to look at. The $500,000 annual budget, that's probably something we can count on moving forward. Katie and I have talked a little bit about that, and I think feel comfortable with that number moving forward. But that, 1 million is kind of taking an average from some of those bonds that we've done in 2015, 2017, those bonds. And it's hard to quantify that number because, we did a lot. We rebuilt Winton in that bond. We did the big projects at the high schools where we're adding classrooms and gyms and, different things to that. And so, we have to take that portion out of it because that's new construction. So that's an average of kind of what we would say was probably allocated from the bond towards deferred maintenance based on some percentages and quite frankly, some guessing on that.
And are those some lottery funds, the 500,000? Are those lottery dollars most
yes,
likely?
Included in that 500,000, correct.
We're going to have more questions, I'm sure, so just keep them firing them away. We'll address them as we go. So, so this was the question that was just raised. Here's the cumulative view. So this is those, instead of the stovepipe chart that we just looked, this is all of those needs stacked one against each other. And so you can see that near $17 million from the starting point to the left. And over 30 years, what you're going to see is that you'll need $236 million. Those needs will present themselves, $236 million of capital needs over the next 30 years. So as I mentioned earlier, we try to present this more with a financial and or risk perspective. So instead of talking about maintenance and future backlogs, et cetera, this is your liability. This is your total liability. Your total exposure for your buildings for capital maintenance is $236 million over the next 30 years. So our number at 16.9 on the left there, and as you creep forward for a year or two out as it goes up, those we might be off by a factor of 5% or 10% in there. Something might last another year. Something might fail a year early. And that's based, that's a little bit of happenstance. The number all the way to the right, that's 100% correct. Those systems will fail. So that one is the number that you have absolute certainty on. Here is that same graph with that $1.5 million that we had talked about, layered in purple against the top there. You can see it makes a pretty wide swath. It went from, whereas we were at 236 million, 1.5 times 30 is $45 million, so you have 191. Assuming you kept this 1.5 going, you'd then have $191 million over 30 years. And that creates a smaller area of blue, and that becomes the unfunded liability. It was the total liability, and this is your unfunded liability. So a word on deferred maintenance, because that's what we're talking about now. What?
Yeah, I just have a question to clarify. So this graph isn't taking into account the 17 million that we have that have just accumulated that we need to take care of immediately. Is that correct?
It's there.
It's there. So it's just.
It's there to the left in the first year.
Okay.
Yep. So I just wanted to say quickly on deferred maintenance. Deferred maintenance is a best practice. It is a best practice to allow your buildings to defer. You want to carefully manage what's being deferred, right? You want to recognize which systems are being deferred. You want to make sure that those systems aren't going to shut buildings down or create life safety situations based on the state that they're in. You're unlikely to get all the money you need each year to manage your backlog. So it's okay to allow some deferral. Again, just carefully. So the asset management industry says you can allow 10% of the value of your current replacement value to be in deferral. That's a tolerable amount of risk. So we had said at the beginning, you have $395 million for a current replacement value. So 10% of that is $39.5 million. That's an acceptable level of deferred maintenance for the district. So you're seeing you're in a good spot, right? You got $17 million right now, and 39.5 is an acceptable amount of deferral. So we'll get to that here. I'll spin that yarn a little bit further. But that's where you can see with this red dotted line, that asset sustainability target, that's the 10% line. That's that 39.
And why is there no slope on that line?
Because that's just a target line. All right, so that's 10% of your current replacement value year after year after year after year. That's not being changed by, we're not making that line move based on what you're funding. That's just your target. I'll get to that here. So on the metric that we use to talk about this is facility condition indexing. Okay, this is a metric. This is an asset management industry metric. This was developed by the Navy in the late 80s, and you can see it at the bottom. So if we take your current replacement value and then we divide it by whatever renewal and repair costs were realized in the assessment, we come up with a percentage. So you have a $300,000 house and it's got $30,000 in needs. It's got a 10% FCI. 60% of, if you had $60,000, you'd have 20% FCI. Brand new building has a 0% FCI. And you can see the green, 0 to 5% is good. These bands, 0 to 5% is good. 5 to 10% in yellow there is fair. 10 to 30% is poor, and above 30% is critical. The asset management industry says try to maintain a 10% FCI. So I have districts that say we want to do a 12% because we can't afford a 10. I work with Poway in San Diego, which is a renowned school district outside San Diego. They want to have a 7% FCI. So part of the takeaways from this is to try to set that target. What's an appropriate FCI for you? The asset management industry posits a 10% is an acceptable level of risk. So when I drew that line here.
Can I go back to that line, I guess, on my question there? So it's 10% now is of 395 million, right? But the replacement cost on that in 10 years is 450 million or whatever, right? So I guess that's where I'm talking about.
It was less. So yeah, so if it was,
it's going to go up, right?
It always goes up. Buildings are always aging and your needs are always going up, right?
And the replacement cost is going up also, right?
Your replacement cost isn't going up. It's based on what the costs of the building are, right?
I guess you lose me there, because if in your opening scenario where you came up with value of something catastrophic happened and every building need to be replaced.
Oh, I see where you're going.
It's going to cost
so
more
there
in
could
10
be like
years
a CPI index increase, is what you're saying.
You're right.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. You can. And all of this data here is in today's dollars, right? Everything I'll show you today is in today's dollars. This software will allow you to put that increase on there if you want, but it does make for a more difficult conversation if you're always trying to escalate. It's an important piece to add, but I appreciate what you're saying. So whoops, I'm going the wrong way, sorry. So back to the FCI piece, is everybody comfortable with this, with the notion of what the facility condition index is? It's kind of an expression of saying if a building has 10% FCI, 10% of the value of the building is in deferral, right? And as we said, that's an acceptable amount. So this is another output from the system. If you can see there to the right, we're back to the green, which is 0 to 5%, and the yellow, which is 5 to 10, the amber there, which is 10 to 30, and the red, which is critical. And this plots out the portfolio for the next 30 years and says, where are you right now? So without any funding applied, you have a 4.3% FCI, which is in the good range. With the funding of 1.5, you're at a 3.9%. That explains why we said 39.5 is a tolerable amount, and you're at 17. So you're in an enviable position right now. It does start to move up, right? That's where this conversation is heading. So, to your point, as buildings age, needs climb. So it's always going to be more. It's going to keep on going up more and more. I think this is sort of a telling graph. This is a 10-year view of it. So again, you start at that 3.9%. And then with you start getting into the poor range in 5 years in 2025 with funding. And you can see that your total need between all of your needs and to get to that 10% FCI is $37.7 million. So what this says is that in order to maintain that 10% line, which is the fair FCI, in the next 10 years, you're going to need, from a capital maintenance investment perspective, $37.7 million. That's not including, that's making no presumptions that that 1.5 is in there. If the 1.5 is in there, you can see in the black box there that you would need 22.7. But we realized that that 1.5 wasn't a certainty for the future, so we wanted to give you the total number. 10 years, 37.7. And you can see at the bottom, I can't really see that, but it looks like 3.7. What it says in the red box there is that if you want to achieve that 10% FCI, you'd need annually 3.77 million to get there. Questions on that? The numbers obviously creep up the further out we go. So one was 37. This is between 10 and 20. You'll see a pretty big leap. So this jumps up to 118 million. And then the 30-year view, you see that same 196.9 million over 30 years. So the data that you have has things like priority in it. So we can start looking at all of your needs and start saying, which are the higher priority needs? Which do we absolutely have to address? Which one can we not afford to address? Which are riskier than others? You have access to all of this. And year after year, as you go forward and capital projects get done, it's going to make these numbers move. It's going to move the FCI numbers up and down. It's going to move your capital needs going forward up and down. This is a summary of everything that we just said. $395 million CRV, $17 million immediate backlog, but in a really good spot. It says 4.3% FCI fair. It actually should say good, because 5 to 10 is fair. So you're in a good spot right now. In 10 years, your unfunded liability is $77 million. And you don't migrate till critical till 2036. $38 million funding requirement, as we said, over the next 10 years to maintain that 10% FCI. So that's a lot of information that we threw at you, and I'm happy to respond with any questions.
Questions for these gentlemen? Thank you for being here and providing all this information and working with Mike and Jeff and Dr. Cook. But question, that's a lot of data, some big scary numbers in there.
Yes, especially in 5 years, we're going to migrate to poor on there. Where's TJ in his speech after all of this? This was all great information. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're
but
more
when
than
you
happy
look
to come
at
back
it,
and have some more dialogue if you have questions that come up. And Jeff and Mike, we've been working with them a lot. So, we're local, so we can be here a phone call away.
Yeah, I'm so grateful that we have this now and we can continue, hopefully chip away at this and enter things, complete projects and such. So thank you so much.
A pleasure. Thanks.
I had one quick question, Jeff. I'm still a little bit stumped on the 1.5 million annually for deferred maintenance, and so maybe just some dates, because I feel like it skews this graph potentially that it's not a guaranteed funding source, especially if they're bond dollars. So I'm still not connecting the dots on how we're getting the additional 1 million per year, and what year does that guaranteed money stop?
Let me take that on a little bit. I think part of what, as we dug into this, one of the things that you could clearly see from data on how the district has managed deferred maintenance in the past is by implementing infusions of money in the forms of bonds, whether that was through typical simple majority, 2/3 bonds, or SPFLs in the years that we were building schools as well. And I think one of the things that clearly came out of that was this, oh yeah, and we've also got to fix these things that need to be resolved. And so when we started trying to come up with what is the actual funding, even the 1.5 is a rough estimate, because what we know we can count on in the past was, or right now that we can see, is roughly about $500,000 in general fund monies that have been committed to tending to our facilities in some fashion, and this infusion of money that came with every bond that the district passed. And so when we stretch that, the $1 million number should not be interpreted as there's a $1 million total annually that is a number that we can put into this deferred maintenance. It's when you look back over these years and the deferred maintenance that was attended to during the bonds, this is how it kind of worked out. And one of the things that does tend to get into is the fact that when plans are made, we make plans for building schools in X number of years. Who knows what inflation does during that window of time. And so one of the outputs of that is that probably the amount of money that was intended to go towards deferred maintenance was the first place that was decreased, because we needed to finish those buildings, because an 85% finished building is much worse than 85% performance on HVAC, for example. And so that money, trying to define where that $1 million is going to be a little bit difficult for us, because it's really just a reflection of looking back on how that money was allocated out of bond dollars. And so as it goes forward, we don't want to misinform or lead people to believe that there's $1 million a year more that's available. It's just a historical path of what we've been doing, at least in recent history, as far as committing to deferred maintenance, and should not be misinterpreted as we've got a $1.5 million base to pay these things down over time.
Right. And I think just clarifying that for the community, because looking at these graphs, it would be different. And, if I asked Katie and put her on the spot, what is your budget next year for deferred maintenance? I think her answer would probably be 500, right? And so I'm a little bit concerned that there might be the thought process that we have a steady funding source, even if it is only $1 million for deferred maintenance. And we clearly don't. We're one of 12 states that doesn't provide funding for deferred maintenance or capital projects. And so I think part of this presentation really needs to take clear account for that moving forward. And I think these graphs might look a little bit different if we took out that $1 million, and they might accelerate it at a little bit different level.
I agree with you, Lisa. I think you're absolutely right on that. And I think, the key takeaways, if you look at that $38 million funding requirement over 10 years, is really the number that we need to focus on. How do we get to that number, or is that $3.8 million a year? And you can probably count on about $500,000 coming out of general operating. The rest of it is money that we've already spent from bonds that are long gone, years past. But it does show that we have handled some things, how we handled it, but we need a whole different strategy moving forward.
But we also did not want to not disclose that, because we didn't want to paint a picture that was inaccurate, because we have solved deferred maintenance needs with bond money in the past.
So on that line, that 1.5 million line, would it be possible in the software to kind of split that up and show 500,000 in an annual budget and $1 million of kind of average bond per year, from a historical perspective? I don't know what you'd call it, but just to separate those two out.
Yeah, I think we could certainly do that. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. Some of the advantages of our software is to allow, the school district to build strategies. And as Mark alluded to earlier, not just procurement strategies, but funding source strategies. So yeah, you can do that. And then the lines will shift around and you can move it out by date. So it's a very flexible software platform.
And one last question. This doesn't take into account any security upgrades. This is just actual deferred, like building maintenance. This has nothing to do with infrastructure or safety and security.
Correct. Yes.
Probably replacement in those areas, right? Cameras and
we'll need to factor that in, yes, over time.
I think one thing it does show, we've done a pretty darn good job, right? Because we're in the good sector right now. And the strategy has worked, that the district has used over the past, right? Which is kind of extra money in bonds and, tackling some of these big deferred projects, whether it's roofing systems, heating systems, those sorts of things. I think what we experienced in this last bond particularly is the cost escalated so fast from when we passed the bond to when we built the buildings that most of the things we wanted to do as deferred maintenance, we weren't able to do because because the buildings were so much more expensive than we had anticipated and that we had kind of planned our bond around. So, I think you can look at this and say, okay, it's worked for us historically, why would we change it? But I think that's the reason is, we hear it every time when we do a bond. Well, I thought you did that roof. You said you were going to do that roof before. Well, we ended up doing, section 700, or we did the 700 building. We didn't do the rest of it because we ran out of money. And this, if you separated this and bonds were for buildings and you did an SPFL or something to cover deferred maintenance, it separates those two pots of money. And now you can say, no, that money's not for new construction, that's for maintenance. And bonds are for buildings.
I'd point out too that, roughly a third of our portfolio right now is right in that critical age of, between 20 and 30 years old. And if you look at the average life cycle of what most of those component systems is, it's right there. So if you look at, because we built quite a few schools around that 2000 to 2005 range, and all of those have some pretty significant needs that are going to be coming due. And that's what you're seeing in that 5 year as to why this really spikes on us and goes up. And then, you've got another third that's older than that has some systems that have been replaced and some that are coming up as well due. And so, we have a lot of stuff that's going to be coming up on us pretty quickly in the very near future.
I think you said the software kind of identifies things as critical or in critical need.
Yes.
So if we look at the current 19 million, how much of that is critical?
Pretty much all of that is, right? That stuff that's in deferral because it's past the life cycle. So that is saying that that's stuff that, we need to address as quickly as we can.
And it breaks it out kind of by, you did it there. By discipline.
Yes.
And is that a list we're going to see at our level here next? Kind of how are you using all this data then to
We'll start to break some of that out. So, for me personally, I've had this for a couple weeks now and have had a chance to kind of play in it. But the next step is for these guys to come and train our staff on this. Like, how do we use this program? What does that mean for us? So I think the answer is yes, we can get you the information. We can provide you some details so you can start to see, what goes into those HVAC systems and those plumbing systems and those roof systems. And, how does that categorize out as to exactly what school we're talking about with that? But we need a little bit more training on really getting into the system as well. And, the rest of our team needs to be brought up to speed on that as well. And that's the next step. And I was going to mention that moving forward is to spend time with these guys and, at the computer system and give us a really detailed training on where do we go with this and how do we update it annually. And, so when we do the repairs, we'll real-time update all of those. We have real-time numbers so that this gets better and better as time goes on.
Another piece of our deliverable will be, thanks. Another piece of our deliverable was we'll do a workshop. We call it a capital creation strategy workshop, where there are strategies inherent in the data. That when you have this data set, I talked a little bit about it earlier. Now that you know all of your roofing projects in the next 5 or 10 years, how much value could you derive out of doing a economy of scale based contract, right? Or now that you know what the current life cycles are. If we did a study of how many full-time employees you have now that are dedicated to preventative maintenance, if you had more and you did more preventative maintenance, could you extend life cycles? And what would be the capital implication of that, right? Could you push capital out a couple, 2 or 3 years because you're doing more PM at the cost of a couple FTEs? So we'll explore, that's part of the assignment, is we'll go through those scenarios with you.
And so is that workshop a board workshop, or that's with admin? Or?
We usually do it with admin.
Okay. So what I was going to say might be appropriate for us at the board level is we've got a ton of initiatives going right now, but as we get further into spring, that we use one of our monthly workshops and maybe dive into this a little more and look at, okay, what are our 5-year needs? What are our 10-year needs? So then we can start thinking, how are we going to tackle those things? Whether it be on future bond projects or splitting into SPFLs. And we know long-range planning is going to come back probably in that same time frame with recommendations on new facilities. And it's probably going to be important to have those conversations at the same time, because we're going to have to plan what that might look like.
I just want to emphasize how exciting deferred maintenance is. This is, I am so pumped. I'm not kidding. I'm so pumped to have this database, because it's at least, and I hope Jerry Anderson's thinking the same way, because this is something that we can start to track and start to look out from, and not have to have our head down, looking at our immediate needs and start looking at 10 years out. That just makes me smile.
Well, I appreciate the planning aspect of it, right? Instead of the, it's probably been a little bit of fighting fires, right? The money's gone to where the roof's leaking, or where there's no heat, or those sorts of things, and hopefully you're preventing things before you get to those stages. So.
I would agree with you, Casey, as far as later in the spring having a workshop. I was commenting earlier today about actual numbers and where are our fires and when would we be seeing that information. So I'm happy to know that it's kind of already there, and you can package it up for us, Jeff, and get it to us in a few months.
Okay. Any other questions for these gentlemen? Okay. Thank you both for being here with us and working with us.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, let's move on to the next item. Item D is district work plan update. Looks like we're going to hear about the ad hoc committee on school start times, and then just work plan draft.
Yeah, so I'm going to defer on the first one on the ad hoc committee to school start times. Seth is out of town at a conference, and so he let me know that Jen would be doing that presentation because she was available. So I'm going to turn it over to you because you were there.
I was there, and I enjoy these committee meetings. I think it's a great group of people. I will keep it brief. Essentially, they met to talk about initially all of the different information, the professionals that we'd met with, from busing to daycare to other ADs, things of that nature. And really what it was to ask, what more information is the committee seeking? What do they feel they need to hear from or about more of? And essentially from that came transportation and childcare. The committee's seeking a little more information on that. Then we moved into the public survey that is going to go out. To my knowledge, it has not gone out yet, but the committee had some great thoughts. What happened initially was committee members sent to Seth questions that they wanted to go out to the community, and then he put those all together, and then the whole committee commented on all of those and sort of said, tweak this, yay or nay, or how might we refine it or improve it. And so Seth has gone back and made those revisions to the best of his ability. But I think it was a lot, and so I think he's still working and honing that a bit and wanting the committee's input before it completely goes out, either by email or in person at our next committee meeting. And then, so we probably will not have the survey results. I know we won't by the time we meet again, but those survey results then are probably another 30-day window out after that. And then the last thing was he surveyed the committee members 2 questions about should Coeur d'Alene be moving to secondary, to pushing out, making later secondary start times, asking each committee member where they were at with that, and what information did they need to make a recommendation. I do not know the results of that. I don't know that Seth has even put those all together yet. So, but I'm looking forward to hearing where the committee's at as a whole for their current sort of status on moving forward with a change of start times or keeping things the same. That's all.
Thank you. Any questions for Jen? Okay. Dr. Cook, back to you.
Back to me, okay. Work plan draft. I want to, before I invite Kate up, well, I guess Kate's coming. I want to just frame this out for a second. As you recall, the audit said we had quite a bit of things that we were going to focus on, and we have been diligently tackling that as a team, building, and some parts of it are actually already in full swing. But we're building out this kind of, the same way we're just talking about the planning capacity for facilities, and deferred maintenance. We're doing the same thing instructionally and starting to build this kind of long-term plan. You're going to see the one of the outward-facing components of that later tonight with Portrait of the Graduate work we're going to show you in just a second. But in the meantime, there's some of this internal language that we've got to talk about, which are things that came to us both through observation and, more importantly, through the audit. And we will have 4 or 5 of these different sections of the work plan for you by June 30th of this year. The first one that we're going to present to you tonight is the instructional framework. And I just want to iterate that these are all components of the 5-year plan that we're talking about. That's a work plan that'll come out of the work that we did with the audit. And I think we right now have 10 different components that will be coming in the next 2 years. And you'll see 5 of them, 1 or 2 of them each month now from now until June in draft form for your guys' input and a chance to opine on those as we start to bring them forward. Because tonight we'd like to share the first one with you that we feel like is in at least ready enough for prime time to be discussed, and that's the instructional framework. So I'm going to ask Kate to come up and kind of share some of our thoughts around that and some of the philosophy behind the instructional framework and how it underpins all the work we're getting ready to do with Portrait of a Graduate and helps set the course internally for how our system is going to respond to the great work that we are going to start taking on.
When I heard you describe, good evening. When I heard you describe how many pages you had to read, I thought, oh, I think I was responsible for 30-some pages of that. Apologize right now. Good evening, trustees. So you notice it in the instructional framework, this rough draft copy that we've shared with you, that we've kind of sort of divided it up into chunks. The first one being, so what's our purpose? Why this framework and why this effort? And we try really hard to spend some time in that document talking about the last several years, hearing from our community about what it is they want our kids to look like and sound like when they leave us, when they walk across the stage and shake your hands and get a diploma from us. What are those young adults? What skills and dispositions are they going to leave us and enter into the world with? And so, and as you know, we'll talk more about the Portrait of a Graduate skills in just a minute, but those really shape or should shape what's happening in our schools, what's happening in our classrooms, for preschoolers through high school. And so that first section of the document is about that. It's about what the curriculum audit and the futures audit told us about some areas where we could improve, and it's about what our community is telling us we need to develop in our schools. And then we move into that next section that talks about the actual essential components of the instructional framework itself. And you've noticed when you had a chance to look at that we really rely heavily on the PEBC teaching framework. And I know that it's complicated because we're talking about an instructional framework, and within that is this teaching framework that helps us describe what excellent teaching and learning conditions could look like that we believe would produce the kinds of skills and dispositions in our kids that we want them to have. So that middle section is about the actual, that sort of rubric for teaching practices. We include some information about how those are linked, how, for instance, how community in a classroom is linked to the kind of collaboration that we want kids to be able to leave. That's one of our 6 C's, right? Collaboration and communication. And we can't build young adults who collaborate well and who can communicate well, who can share a point of view and offer a cogent argument for their beliefs based on good research or data. We can't do those things if we haven't built the kind of community in classrooms where kids can have that kind of experience. So we try really hard in the document to link those 2 things together. And then we also felt like it's worthy to mention the 4 C's rubric. You all know and have supported our learning and our work with Ed Leader. And those people have brought to the forefront what would a rubric for students look like. So in classrooms, what would it look like if our students were adept and proficient at collaboration or critical thinking or any of the 4 C's that they describe. And as you know, there's a lot of other reading in there about students who have particular academic needs. There's a lot of reading in there about our intent to continue to revise the document and make it much deeper and much richer by adding that section about social and emotional learning. So, because we know that that's as we're seeing when we talk about whole child, that's critical to the success of our kids, that they're strong, self-regulated, emotionally developed people that we're building. So this document is by no means finished. We have a ways to go. We thought at least there was enough there to give you a sense for where we're headed and the roadmap we're trying to create for ourselves. Do you have questions about that? Or
I don't have a question, Dr. Roscoe, but one, I would say thank you for the very quick presentation of 32 pages, because
I was under duress.
We've had some with you in the past that I know don't go as quickly, and so I appreciate it. I really do.
What you saying, Jen?
And then Dr. Cook talked about being excited about deferred maintenance, but this document excited me. I loved reading this, and I really loved the Daggett improvement model, traditional versus what is needed. I read through those and just thought, oh, this is progressive. This is where we need to be going. And so I very much appreciated it and enjoyed it and loved the presentation today. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Brevity.
I will say, as I read it, I started thinking, wait, where have I seen this before? And then I realized that my 2 4th graders were in a classroom last year with a workshop model and using this completely. In the classroom that they were in last year she used it across for all aspects of education, and from the reading and the math. And I started thinking, oh wait, I've seen them do this. Oh, they've already done this, and their learning last year really took off. And sometimes I'd hear them say things where I'd be like, how are you thinking that way already? And I think it really came from the workshop model and came directly from these things already, and those things are happening already. And so I was really excited as well, Jen. I love this part. And so, yeah, it's good stuff.
That's great to hear. Thank you. You know, we use the word workshop, but really what we're talking about is student-centered education, where the kids are doing the heavy lifting, the arguing, the thinking, the researching, the proving or disproving, right, that they're doing the work. And so the sophistication in their discourse is much richer, much deeper.
Other comments or questions for Dr. Roscoe? I'd just like to say maybe slightly ahead of Dr. Cook's enthusiasm for deferred maintenance. I think this is the coolest thing we've done in my 4.5 years on the board to just establish this. And I know a lot of work's been going on in the last few years with PEBC, and just to see the first year was like there was something in the water in Denver. Those people would come back and their lives had changed, those teachers who'd been there. And just to see the spread of that, and just to see us kind of focusing that this is our model and we want to see this in all classrooms across all disciplines. It's just super exciting for me. I think our students are going to love it and thrive with it. So
that's encouraging. Thank you. And we have a long way to go. And as you mentioned, the Daggett model, it's about cultural shifts, right? It's about moving from isolation to collaboration and from coverage to competence. And those are nice little words, but that's a lot of work, and we have a lot to learn to figure out how to do it well. And so with your patience and grace, we'll keep learning together and we'll keep marching on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, another light topic.
Yeah, so we are also very excited to bring to you guys tonight for your information. And I think part of what we want to do is present this to you today as a is a different. This is a guiding document for our work, and this is going to be more outward facing. This is going to be more documents for the community as what is it we're striving for, and we stand this up as what do we want for our kids, and it's can be clearly articulated and communicated with our community members about what their kids should be getting and what should be an expectation for them, and where it's a little bit different than the work plan. Work plan tends to be a little more internal language and a little more internal documentation, and the pieces you're going to get will be things that'll follow up on assessment and curricula and how we're going to approach a whole child model. And we've mentioned an equity framework and some ways we're going to start handling policy in HR, and that's all work and heavy lifting that's started in some cases, but it all builds into the part of our 5-year plan. Whereas the Portrait of a Graduate stands outward as a document that we are facing into our community, almost a commitment that we're making to our community for what it is we aspire for each and every kid that comes through our system. So we'd like to present that to you tonight. Dr. Orozco and Dr. Cottle would like to bring that to your attention tonight for information, and the idea would be that if we meet your expectations, we'd like to bring that back again next month for the board's approval.
Okay, good evening, Chair Morrisroe, Superintendent Cook, and trustees. We actually haven't laid eyes on this document, or you haven't, since I think last October, so you'll see some things that are a little bit different. As you know, we've actually really spent 3 years talking about what do we want from our students when they leave our system. It was about a year ago that we started those, the Portrait of a Graduate community sessions, and we brought things back to you and to our community this fall to basically say, is this what you thought? And then we took that document and added some pieces that we thought were missing, just because there's other things that go on that need to support these outcomes. So you will see at the bottom that we included some language about what that learning environment should look like. We would like a safe, inclusive, academically engaging, and equitable learning environment in order to develop these. You will see that we have 6 C's, and in the real world, these 6 C's or components or elements really aren't used in isolation. They're used in integration. So when we think about the Portrait of a Graduate skills and dispositions, they will not be replacing our content, but similar to what Dr. Roscoe explained in the instructional model, the content will actually be used as a vehicle to deliver the skills and dispositions of the Portrait of a Graduate. The Portrait of a Graduate lives in our instructional model, and you see it within the teaching framework and the 4 C's rubric, but it will also live in our curriculum and assessment management plans. We will build in the unit plans and in our lesson plans specific and intentional ways to build these skills. So you will see in your packet that each one of the components, the C's, has been broken out. So to try to explain to the public, what does it really mean when we talk about content language? What does it really mean when we talk about creativity, when we talk about critical thinking, collaboration, and character? And each one of these components not only shares basically what we mean by that, but what it looks like in the real world, what it looks like in the classroom, and some examples using links. So I don't know if we just want to open it up if you have any questions or comments. Are there things that surprise you? Are there things that you think are missing? What feedback? We'd basically like your feedback. We can go back and make some changes.
Well, I would say right behind the instructional framework was my excitement for the sheets that you created with the quotes from kids and from teachers. I thought was just awesome. And the data from employers and employees, and making this, as Dr. Cook said, an outward-facing document to help people understand. And I thought it was very readable. I thought it was very easy to understand and user-friendly. And so I think I'm excited to get it out there and get it on our website and let people know.
Thank you. And John Mon did our little graphics on there where you can see the different components coming right outside of the wheel. We were very pleased with that.
Yeah.
It's incredible to see the, I guess, almost it will never be ending. We'll continue to go, but from the very start to where we are now, I know there was a lot of time spent on this and community involvement and input that you guys gathered and took back and kept bringing forth to us. So I'm as excited as well. I loved the presentation of this. I too thought it was very easy to read and follow and understand, and was very excited. So thank you so much to everyone involved in where we are at this point.
Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you. It'd
Our
be
next-
interesting to see the first version, like side by side, see how it's evolved. Because what did it start? There was 4 or 5 sections initially?
Oh boy, this thing is, how many iterations? This thing has been changed at least 20 times, at least 20 times.
Yeah.
And it's come a long way.
Are we going to reconnect with our people that participated in listening sessions and maybe send this out to them as soon as we get it, like the final approval? It'd be really great for them to see all their hard work too.
Yeah, I think we'd be excited to do that. It's just to see how far it's come along the way and their input and the feedback that we've gotten. You know, it's almost not a secret anymore, right? So many people have given us feedback on this. To finally be to this point is like, well, people are saying, well, aren't you guys done with that? But we've been working on each and every iteration to make sure we capture the voice of as many as we could.
And this is coming back to us next month for action, right?
This will be coming back next month for you to approve and to see. I'd like us to have it out for comment for 30 days as well, so we can see what kind of feedback we get.
Maybe we can figure out a way to kind of push it out in draft form to those folks who participate along the way too, just to allow them further comment. Okay. This is like light topic number 4, grandfathering of students. And this is one I think several of us had talked over the last few weeks. And I talked to Dr. Cook and said, it'd be nice to just get this on our agenda to have, you know, what we've talked about in our listening sessions and in our workshop that we had, and try to start putting our thoughts and our discussions onto paper to create a clearer picture. So we're not waiting until March 18th to finalize, but that we start at least taking steps in the direction of where we may be going with grandfathering. And so that's really that's what this was Dr. Cook's attempt, and I don't know who did the heavy lifting for him, but to just take all that gobbledygook that we had over the last month or so and put it onto paper. So I think this is for information. We're not approving this, but this is just, hey, is this where we're at? Is this really what we're talking about? What might it look like? This hopefully will help our discussion when we have our next listening session on the 18th of February. So.
And I would just add, the first thing I want to make sure of is, first of all, this was our estimation of a prioritization, along with what we thought we heard from groups about potential candidates that might be impacted, some mechanism to identify them. For example, you know, I think it's fair to say that fourth graders now, soon to be fifth graders at their current schools would be categorized as fifth graders in general. Like, I've been to this school my whole career. Can I just stay? Or things like something as simple as, we know we've made some commitments to the students at Nexa if they wanted to choose to go to the new school, but we're out of zone, that we would commit to that. Or in 2016, the board approved continued enrollment of current out-of-district students and their siblings, but stopped enrollment of new students. And so just this kind of what we guesstimated, I think, of a prioritized starting point for this. And the first thing I would say is, if we've missed one and there are groups out there that we haven't captured, we're absolutely open to including them. And if you think those orders are incorrect or out of order, please do not hesitate to let us know that. I think this is something we should be talking about and from now until we start making those decisions. One thing about grandfathering, I think that is really critical. I was talking with Dr. Orozco today about their timeline when it comes to the beginning of the conversations about things like staff transfers and moving staff to Nexa to fill out that staff so that they have an entire staff for that school. And she started twitching in her chair, just feeling that the pressure of, like, this is coming fast. And so the one thing that I would ask, when it comes to grandfathering, if we're going to grandfather decisions would have to happen before open enrollment. And open enrollment starts to happen in the next few weeks. And things like, we got a call today and said, hey, is it okay if we send out our magnet school confirmation for continuation, or whatever that form is that their students plan on coming back? And we said, hold on, let's have a conversation about this tonight, make sure we're all on the same page. And I think we are, but we wanted to make sure that we weren't getting out of sync with that, but still attending to the timeline. So I think as we discuss all these things, keeping in mind that, you know, we want to do what we can to accommodate every student in this school district as best we can, but we also recognize the fact that we're not going to be able to make every request available to us, because some of them just aren't going to be feasible. So.
Okay, so questions, comments, thoughts on this work that Dr. Cook has done in admin? I think when I first looked at this, I kind of viewed, and I just wasn't reading it, right? But I thought the top one was kind of K-5 and the bottom one was secondary. So I was like, oh, we missed some secondary things like staff, students, but I see it's in the top one. So how do the two work together, I guess?
Yeah,
like in the priorities, where does the bottom secondary chart kind of?
Yeah, there's
the priority ones.
That's a good and hard question to answer. The first part is there are several things that we felt like that are fairly non-negotiable despite the student's level, and so those were just consolidated into lists. And then, as we've discussed the fact that likely we are going to do some form of slow rolling, whether that's 1 year or 2 years, depending on your perspective for secondary students, we pulled those out separately. So it's not currently separated, if that's something you guys would like us to do, so that every decision by elementary, and it might make more sense if we did it that way for, if this was going to be something that we would like put on the webpage, it might make more sense to separate it by level and then just repeat things if necessary that fit in both environments. We're open to that as well. But when we first started thinking about this, the design was make sure that we've got it clear what priority levels were, and so that's where we started.
I have a question for Kate. I was just curious, I was happy to see that our K-12 special needs students were included in this, but I was curious about 504 plans and IEPs. So if a student with one of those plans is transferred or enrolled, or they're in a new school, does that plan have to be redone by the staff at that school, or does that plan transfer with them?
Watch Frank, and then he'll tell you if I'm giving you the correct answer. I think the plan is specifically about how do we address the needs of the child, the academic and social needs of the child. So regardless of environment, that the plan exists, right? And because it's all about how do we give that child a successful experience, and that should not, as much as possible, that should not depend on school. We have, however, some very specific programs that are meeting some very specific needs that you're aware of.
And I mostly was curious because these programs are managed at a state and a federal level, if there's requirements by those entities that if a child attends a new school that they must have a new plan by their new team in place. So I just didn't know if there was any kind of, if we're, you know, we must redo their plan with their new team, and how long does that take, or if we can just transfer plans to new schools.
Let me tell me if I'm right. So of course, we're bound by timelines and conditions, but plans are determined by the teams that surround and support the child, and that's the very best thinking of the group for that child. What would it take to have that child in a general ed classroom, for example, as much as possible, and be successful? What would that look like? that thinking travels with the child. It doesn't mean that there's not another IEP meeting where people come together to review the plan and say, will this work? Do we need to hire a paraprofessional? What do we need to do? That stuff still happens. But the essence of the plan itself and how we meet their needs wouldn't change. How did I do, Frank?
Yeah, and I
You see,
wasn't
I got
thinking the
thumbs
plan
up.
would change. I just didn't know if there
Yeah.
was if we would get, if it was any kind of requirement that the new team assess that child and re-evaluate the plan or ensure that it's appropriate.
I think that's a great point, and I'm guessing that any school would want that for the child, right? We'd want to come together with the parents and the team and get to know the child well and understand well what's driving some of those stipulations in the plan,
Yeah, and
so we can do a
it
good
was a
job.
question from a parent who was really concerned that said, my team knows my child so well, they've developed this plan, how does my plan transfer? And so it was a parent question. And I thought it was a pretty good question.
That's a really good question. Yeah, it's something any one of us would want to know,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
definitely.
Okay, other questions or comments? I like the idea of perhaps separating this out as we go kind of more public and when parents are really trying to dive in. I can't recall if it was Trustee May or maybe Flo provided us an example from Central Valley, I believe it was. That was pretty easy to understand. I mean, if you were concerned about a high school kid, you could look, and I think their model was similar to what we're talking about of kind of a rolling start. It was shorter, if I remember right, but something like that. That's easy to look at and understand. Hey, what's this mean for my kid? Because that's what people want to know.
I had a question about number 4. I wondered if it just shouldn't, with the clarifying from school A to B to C, there will be students that don't necessarily have the C, that they haven't been assigned a new school, but they're still open enrolled. So they're probably wondering, are they still going to get preference in their open enrollment choice? So should we just clarify that and make it for all open enrollment? Does that make sense? Because I think there could be 2 different scenarios for that open enrollment. It could be a student whose homeschool doesn't change, but they still want to open enroll. Does that make sense?
Say that one more time.
I think
got
it's
lost.
confusing with the open enrolled students because whether their school changes or not, they're still going to want to open enroll potentially to a different school, and so that scenario doesn't technically cover them. So it should just be open enrolled students. Whether it doesn't really matter if their new schools change from A to C, they still want to open enroll to school B.
Yeah, I understand now. Part of what, and we're, when we get into our policy work later on tonight, there's a discussion that I think is important, and that is how are we going to talk about in the future what an open enrolled student means and what does that not mean, and what are those commitments? And I think that's one of the reasons this one came up, is because there are some people that will be exactly in this group, but they don't see themselves as open enrolled at that school. They just see it as their school. And I think that's a very valid point that we can also try to, in fact, in theory, you could just say it's a non-category, right? Because they don't see themselves as open enrolled there. They see themselves as that's my home school.
I had another question just about secondary, and I think quantifying middle school and high school, we lump them in secondary, but I think in a lot of parents' minds, middle school is definitely still middle school. But just the thought on here about postponing for a year, I do wonder if we should have a conversation about 6th graders, because I feel as though the committee's working really hard to create this feeder system, and so if we're doing that, does it make sense that 6th graders should go ahead and start their transition? And I guess if we decide that they shouldn't, then should we give some preference to those 6th grade families and 9th grade families that want to attend their newly zoned school, just knowing that they don't have younger kids and they want to make that transition instead of waiting an additional year? Do we want to give priorities to them? Because they may be, hey, we're ready, we want to embrace this change, let's get it going. I heard quite a few parents at the community session ask about that and why we had a preference towards not asking 6th and 9th graders to start the transition. So
Yeah, I think it's a valid point. I think one of the things that we've talked about, and we won't know, we'll need a little bit of time to get the calculations of impact on that. But I can guess we're going to recommend we either do or don't, not sort of, because if we let one of our problems is 6th graders There's just not a lot of wiggle space in our middle schools. And so if we're going to go, we're going to have to go kind of across the board. I'm not sure we have the space to allow some to go and not others. That's going to be, I anticipate that's going to be our recommendation. If we're going to try and slow roll, but say, let's go ahead and start our 6th graders and 9th graders next year, I think we're going to have to commit to that. At this point, that could change.
I can see it more of a busing issue, but we're going to displace the same number of students at each school, right? We're just shuffling where they're going. So it'll be the same number of students, whether they're staying at their home school or they're moving to their new boundary school. I think the issue really will be a busing issue, and do we have the, ability and feasibility to bus, 7th and 8th graders and then new 6th graders? But, a lot of parents ask that question, and I think they've seen the potential changes, and I think some of them were like, we're ready to get going if we're going to have to do this, and we don't want to delay it, especially because they have younger siblings coming down the way. So if it's a 5th grader now that is going to have a 6th grader, but then has kids that are in 4th and 3rd grade, they know eventually that they might have split schools, and that could be difficult. So I think there are some situations, and we could exclude transportation or talk about it, but it might make sense for families to begin the process.
No, when I clarify that, all I'm saying is if we say we're going to have kids stay, then they should all stay. And if we say we're going to have them go, then the ones should go that are zoned to go should go. Because if we leave it up to parents to say, well, my kid would like to go, then what we might wind up is 100 extra kids at one of our middle schools that we can't accommodate.
Lisa, are you saying if we don't decide, like let's say we make a decision on middle schools, but say we're not going to implement this for next year, but this will be the following year? That's the scenario you're talking about, right? And let's say currently they have a 5th grader and a 4th grader. And so their kid, their 5th grader is going to go to Lakes next year, but their 4th grader is going to go to Canfield in 2 years. Right?
And I would love for us to have the flexibility to be able to accommodate that. I'm not sure we do. That's the hard truth of this, is that because there's so little wiggle space in our secondary schools, and especially our middle schools, the ability for us to partially implement some choice there is going to be highly limited.
I think if we go that route, we should recognize that middle school is only 3 years, and so if we have 6th grade families, new 6th grade families that know they have the 3rd or 4th graders, then we should allow their families to stay together, and we should make that commitment going forward when we write, because it would be hard to have middle schoolers all over this town, especially because our middle schools are a great distance apart, and it would be really difficult for, I think, some families to invest in a really vulnerable time for them. So I'd like us to at least have that conversation. And it might not even be that many students, but I've had a fair enough number of people reach out and say, this is what's worrying me and this is why it's worrying me. And I hadn't even really thought about it from that perspective, but.
I think, potentially we could run into that even next year, right? You could have a current 6th grader and a current 5th grader, and you could run into that same scenario. It's sort of addressed, I think, in this priority maybe, because maybe it's not. Maybe it's in the policy where open enrollment request, there's a sibling priority, right? A open enrollment request of a sibling has a higher priority, so maybe that gives them a little easier shot at open enrollment requests.
I think our middle school is so crowded. Yeah, I think high school is probably going to wash out okay for everybody because we have had some flexibility to allow open enrollment for families, but I think for our middle schools, it's something just to consider. It might be a small enough number of students that it won't be a deciding factor.
Yeah, I think once we get the recommended, whatever the recommended proposal will be, we'll have a better idea on the number of impacted students, and then we can break those down by level and then make some decisions. And whether or not there's not even necessarily something that would, with the exception of transportation, we could even split middle and high, or we could slow roll both together next year, or we could slow roll the following year. And I think what you would be likely to hear from us, I don't want to get too far ahead of our own data, but I think we're going to recommend fully in or fully out one way or the other from us when it comes to both middle school and high school.
Yeah, I think as we get those recommendations, we're maybe off topic just a touch, but as we're considering grandfathering, it's important that we have kind of those grade level data. I believe it was Rick Jones from Coeur d'Alene High School kind of brought up, hey, it might be a little late to make these decisions regarding freshmen because we've got to do this and that, or he was saying high school, I think in general, but just scheduling and moving staff and all that. But if we're talking about just freshmen, there may only be 20 or 25 kids impacted. And I think it's pretty manageable if you think, oh, this is 25 students. This isn't 200 kids you're moving from one high school to the other. So, you know, as we can, I think having that data will help in that regard. Okay, anything else?
Oh, is this going to be available to the community before the next listening session so they'll be able to give input on this kind of initial run at it?
Yeah, we can make this available. This can be posted at any given time, and we can start accepting feedback on the listing or the ranking, which I'm sure we'll hear.
Do you think it'd be possible, maybe we get this up, but between now and the 18th, we try to move it to that, this is what it looks like for elementary, this is what it looks like for middle, this is what it looks for high school?
Well, as soon as we can get back to work on this, we'll split it into levels, and we'll probably split it at not even just primary and secondary, but elementary, middle, and high.
We made pretty good time through that.
Yeah.
All right, Secondary Math Academy, this is kind of our monthly update on that.
Yeah, I'm excited. We're going to have a tag team on this one tonight, I think. Oh, no, Nicole is not? Okay. Nope, she's doing later. She's got later. She's coming later. So Katie is going to present our monthly update on secondary math, and I think she's got some academy work to share with us.
Good evening, Superintendent Cook, Chair Morris Rowe, and Board of Trustees. Tonight, I'm just going to share briefly where we're at with the Secondary Math Academy. So just a quick review where we've been. The teachers right now have been working really hard to create determine the essential and supporting standards for each course from the Idaho content standards for mathematics. Then they shared those with colleagues and received feedback, and were able to revise. And then they took those essential standards and they combined them with the standards for mathematical practice. And those standards for mathematical practice are really these larger, bigger picture standards of what we hope that kids will walk away from, these enduring ideas as they leave our system. Things like being able to construct viable arguments and critique the reasoning of others using mathematics. So what they did was they've combined those essential standards with these standards for mathematical practice. And then they created supporting module level standards. They've reviewed these standards, both sets of standards for content, context, and cognitive demand. And they've created scope and sequence charts to begin chunking those into units. And so last month, Chair Morris Rowe asked to show some examples of some of the work that we've been doing. So here is an example of our current 8th grade math scope and sequence. And I just pulled the scope and sequence from these documents. I didn't pull anything else. And I can click on to, this is a live link if you wish, but this is the current scope and sequence, and then here is our sample draft scope and sequence, and this is just one page of it for 8th grade mathematics. So what you'll see is here are the essential unit level priority objectives that incorporate those standards for mathematical practice. And then here are the module level standards. And then there's there are multiple for each unit. And you'll see, like, here's an example of priority objective. Students can create viable arguments and critique the reasoning of others to show how rigid transformations prove congruence. So you can see how they've taken the content standard, which is about transformations and congruence, and they've added in the standards for mathematical practice, which is to create viable arguments and critique the reasoning of others to create this priority objective. And this specifically was called out in our curriculum audit that we needed to provide these higher level objectives that were aligned in content, context, and cognitive type. And you can see this is a pretty deep cognitive type. Here's another example. Here's Integrated Math 2. This is our current scope and sequence. And then this is a draft where they're at right now. And in fact, I was looking at this link tonight, and the people who are working on this don't know that I'm sharing it, and they were at work on it just a couple hours ago. So this is truly a draft. It's in draft form, but here you can see students can connect their understanding of linear functions and systems of equations through a process of mathematical modeling to solve real-world problems. So you can see that here's the content is linear functions and systems of equations, and their standards for mathematical practices, they're really looking at modeling and real-world problems. So that's an example of what they've been working on, and this has been taking a while because it's pages and pages of for each unit with each course, pages and pages of standards that they've been creating and revising and refining and just really working it. And again, this is the foundation, and so making sure that this foundation is solid and strong is so important to everything else that comes next. And what does come next is they're looking at assessment. And so this really deep alignment that, again, the audit pointed out that we need to attend to, we're looking at finding assessment items that reflect the content, context, and cognitive demand of each of those unit level objectives. What questions can I answer?
It might seem like a silly question, but I know when we're reading the audit. So is the next stage, once all this is wrapped up, then you pick the resource that attaches to all these great standards and scope and sequence?
That we will be looking at some resources, and adding in where our current resources that we have go. But next year, the plan and the cycle is that next year we'll be really looking at the resources that align with our vision for what we want quality curriculum to be in.
Yeah, it'll be neat for them to be able to pick, the text that they think supports, what they've created. And
yes, and it'll be such an informed and deeply, I think, personal decision because they have created this, the teachers have created this curriculum. And we're very lucky to have one of those teachers here with us tonight.
Any other questions?
I don't have a question. I just want to say I love the visual, for
thank
one.
you.
I thought that was great and very representative. And two, just thanks for all the hard work, Katie. I mean, and kudos to your team and what you guys are doing. I didn't know one of your teachers was here in the audience, but that is not easy stuff. And so my hat's off.
Well, thank you. I'm very lucky to get to work with an amazing team of teachers who are really committed and deeply passionate about this work. And so I couldn't have asked for a better group to work with. So thank you.
Yeah, Katie, thanks for getting the example in there, because to me, just visually, it helps kind of take your education speak and like put it into visual form, so I know what you're talking about. And then just Dr. Cook and the rest of the folks back there, thanks for providing the slides with the packet. I know that wasn't the most popular request because it meant you had a few days less to work on your stuff, but thank you, because it's, for me, just nice to make notes as we go along and do that ahead of time when we're reviewing the packet. So thanks for taking that extra step.
Absolutely.
I would just add one thing, and Katie said it, but I want to bring it back to that. The standards for mathematical practices, that's nationally recognized, and that is a focus of the Common Core across every state, and that's not to be understated, the importance and value, and it aligns very well with the portrait of a graduate work we are talking about, because it's being able to jump up on a balcony as a math student and seeing how I can apply the skills that I have rather than just being able to do it for the test that's coming up next Friday, and being able to keep that in my long-term memory. So
I just want to say I'm grateful to everyone in our district that we took on the curricular audit and it didn't go in the garbage. And I know there's times that you guys probably wish that it went in the garbage, but I am so grateful that all of our discussions are around the curricular audit and addressing the recommendations. So I know we sit up here, but I know the hard work and dedication that you all have been doing as a team. And so I just thank you so much. And I know with all this hard work and patience and applying everything that's been going, that our district is headed in a phenomenal direction. One to be super proud of. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to bring back Jeff Voller. He's going to help us update on attendance zones, and I think he's going to show some pictures. I think he's sneaking in some pictures on us today.
I'm going to save the pictures for next week, but
Okay.
I am going to start just by giving you guys an update on the new elementary school. And we had a really critical point today of if we could get the second floor slab poured, and we had a break in the weather that was beautiful today, and they were able to get up there and get the pump trucks up. So concrete went up on that second floor slab, and that was a big mile mark benchmark for us. So we can see significant progress moving forward on that. So we were really excited to see that. And I got some pictures late this afternoon of that I will show you guys. They're kind of cool to just see that process. And it's kind of amazing to, see this second floor structure that we're bringing all this concrete on and putting it in. So it's kind of fun to see that. But I'll share those with you.
Is that the entire second floor?
Yes.
And so then what's in front of that is single level again? It transitions to single level where the offices are.
Yeah,
and those
single
sorts of-
level or kind of 2 stories. So like that commons area is going to be tall. And so that's what we call sector 1, that you're going to see steel going up in that area right now. So as you kind of look at that building, there's a big hole in the front of the building right now. And that steel is prepped and ready. So the next phase is they're going to start assembling that front part of the building where the office and commons area is in there. So you'll start to see that going in. But yeah, all of the second floor is built. It has the subdeck on it, and they poured the concrete up there today on that. So kind of interesting to see all that concrete up in the air and going in there.
And how do they feel about the timeline still?
We're on track. So, yep. So according to the schedule, we're still right on time for it. So unfortunately, the weather's been conducive to allow us to continue to move through. So we had a little bit rough that week in January that we had, but fortunately, it's been kind to us since then. So, okay, so then the other thing I'm going to update you guys on, 2 more things, attendance zones. And I know you guys were at the community open house on January 21st, and we appreciate your time being there and the extra time you guys put in to hear comment on grandfathering from participants and community members that came for that. From our committee standpoint, that was our opportunity to take proposal number 1 to the community. And that was a revision from the springboard that we were able to, you guys saw the big maps that we had in the commons at Coeur d'Alene High School, and very well attended. We had over 200 people at the open house, and I was very pleased with the work our committee did. I walked around a couple of times just to see if there was anybody that, needed questions or a map that was, people were standing around, and our committee was always there. Every time I went around to intentionally look at that, I thought our committee was really engaged with the community and answering questions and really kind of owning the process of where they were at with that. So I was very pleased with the work that they did. Proposal number 1 was really kind of our first attempt to take that springboard and modify it. It was working towards balancing the capacity, enhancing a feeder system, providing some improvements to the SES numbers. And while none of those were perfect, it was, an improvement, I think, from the springboard proposal that we had to start with, and it definitely gives us room to work forward. I think one of the big limitations that we found with that, and some of the feedback that we heard from the community and the feedback that we got from that, was that they would like more work on neighborhood schools and maximizing kids being able to walk to school. So that's one thing as the committee continues to work that they're going to have in mind at the forefront as they're continuing to plan through that. So part of that, I think you guys saw the Chromebooks that we had sitting out on the tables. There was a survey that was part of that, and it just asked for feedback. I think we had 130 responses that night from people that were at the meeting. And Scott may have been put that together for us, and he left that open for about a week and sent out a couple communications to members in our district. And I think by the time it closed, we had about 300 comments. So the committee's received those comments and is processing through that as well. And again, I think you saw a lot of comments about walkability to schools and, factoring that in. So those are some of the things we're working on. One of the feedback we heard from our committee is that they would like a little more time in their mapping groups. And so one of the things we did do is last week was supposed to be a week that we didn't have a committee meeting, but we called an extra meeting, and they gratefully stepped up to the plate and attended that meeting. And we had a lot of time that we could just spend in mapping groups, working through different scenarios and options with Flo to go through there. So I think that was helpful. I think that puts us in an even better spot. Our next meeting's tomorrow night. So February is going to be a really busy month for us. So moving forward, in February, we have a meeting tomorrow night, committee meeting number 6. February 11th, committee meeting number 7. February 18th will be community open house number 2 at Woodland Middle School from 6 to 8. And I believe you guys as a board will have listening sessions again before and after at that. And then February 25th, we have a committee meeting that will talk about feedback that we received at that community open house number 2. So that's kind of our plan moving forward, and we'll keep things rolling on track, and we'll keep you updated as we continue to move along. So, and maybe I'll stop there and just ask if you guys have any specific questions about that process before I move on to my next topic.
Can you just say thank you on behalf of the board to your committee? They are doing a fantastic job, and it's a lot of hard work.
I will. Thank you.
Just put us all on the same page, just kind of what happens after February 25th, and kind of my understanding, I think what Dr. Cook and I have talked about, but they'll work and take the feedback from the 18th and work on kind of a final recommendation. That recommendation will come to us at our March board meeting for information, and then we have a special workshop, I believe, scheduled for March 18th, 19th, somewhere around
Correct.
there.
Yes.
Where it'll come to us for action. So that was kind of something new. I think before it kind of looked like it was just going to come to us on the 18th for action. It did not have kind of an info, but that'll allow kind of a final comment period where folks can see that recommendation will come to us in a board meeting. It'll be in the board packet, and we'll be able to get some community input before we make our final approval.
And I would just add that on the 18th, whatever decisions, it's important that we make a decision, because timing, I just cannot emphasize this enough. If I don't, I'm going to hear about it tomorrow. We're chasing some deadlines, significant deadlines.
Okay. Any other questions for Jeff on that portion? Attendance zones. I think he's going to talk long-range planning next.
Yep, I'm going to move to long-range planning next. So the long-range planning committee, as again, I think we referenced the curriculum audit, was giving us some direction that we should do some work on our facility master plan and a 5 and 10 year look ahead for us. And so the long-range planning committee took, I think, 4 or 5 different plans that we found just from some research that other districts had done, and really tore them apart and said, what do we like about them? What do we not like about them? And what would we want to plan for our district to look like? And we have a lot of information with this work that we've been doing and a lot of the different components like Amoresco and some different things that I think will really guide us in this work and give us some good data to lead towards that. And so we set up a subcommittee to work on a long-range facility plan for us. Scott, can you advance that? I can't get it to go. Thank you. Okay, so the facility plan subcommittee is listed up there. So Trustee May and Jerry Anderson, our committee chair for long-range planning. Jerry, thank you for your service and commitment to what you were doing. And then Don Walters is our vice chair. Terry Frank, Christy Rates, Samantha Gilson, Teresa Kaiser, Jay Prickett, Scott Mabin, and I'm not sure, Scott is our liaison for the subcommittee, and I'm not sure how I got stuck up here presenting when he's in the back room hiding, but anyway, I'll address that later, I guess. But and then I'm providing data and support to the committee as well. Scott, go ahead and advance that. The guiding philosophy for what we're working towards is to balance what is best for the students and wise management of our public assets, strive for facilities that support educational programming, consider multiple sources of the data in formulating these recommendations, and be sensitive to the impact our funding recommendations have on our taxpayers. With our guiding principles, I think we're starting to take this model of guiding principles, and that flow has really kind of given us is what we're doing with the boundary work, and I think I've decided that's a pretty good strategy for a lot of the work that we're due to figure out guiding principles of what really is we're striving for with this. But in this case, for this plan, we're going to be looking at all facilities should operate efficiently and safely. All schools should allow for equitable education of students. School enrollment should be appropriate to the building capacity. Portable classrooms should be minimized or eliminated. Building and remodel designs should maximize energy efficiencies and educational technologies. And I think as we go through those, you start to hear some similarities to other work that we're doing. As we talk about capacities here, we talk about that in the boundary work that we're doing. And there is a lot of rollover in this plan that we're going to have some data that will really help with this. Scott, go ahead and address that. Again, I'll reference the curriculum audit as to why we're doing this work, is to design and implement a long-range facility planning process to provide for short-term and long-term facility and maintenance needs. So again, we see that curriculum audit just giving us the baseline for what we're doing. And you know, as we heard from a couple of other my coworkers today, and as we talked about the instructional framework, you know, again, this is kind of a necessary long-term look of what I think we really need to get to guide our district. We're still very much in,
Sorry to interrupt. Maybe this is for Trustee May, but the guiding principles, you guys developed those as a subcommittee?
And Jerry's here, he's the chair of that subcommittee, and he could, give some more history. But yeah, the committee's been working together, and I think they kind of go along with our guiding principles and our board's vision for our long-range facilities plan. But yes, these are identified.
I think it looks great. The only thing is, and I didn't catch it reading it, but as Jeff was kind of reciting it, was safety and security is kind of, I mean, safety is addressed in there, but on that last bullet, which was the building remodel design should maximize energy efficiencies and educational technologies. I just wondered about kind of including safety and security. I think that's certainly at the forefront of a lot of the remodels we've done, where we've looked to make safety improvements, but we haven't always.
Yeah, and I think, Jerry can, respond more, but because our safety and security plan, we haven't had time to actually spend much time on that because we're trying to get the actual 10-year plan done, and I think that would require probably more information from the district as far as what our plans are for safety and security. It'll be included in the plan, and it's definitely a priority, but actual specifics on what we're doing for safety and security have not been shared with the subcommittee, and so I think that's probably why you're not seeing that on the slide. Not that it's not a priority, but just the specifics of what is entailed in future safety and security is something that we can add, and we can ask the district to come present to the subcommittee, but it has not been covered yet. Jerry, feel free to pop in anytime that you want to.
Am I free to do that?
Yeah.
If you'll go to the mic, you are free to do that. And thank you for being here. Again.
My pleasure. Yeah, I think that there are several items on here that still need to be further addressed and refined, and what you're seeing and asking about there is simply an item that we really haven't covered in depth yet. We have had, I guess, 4 meetings probably, and we'll probably have at least 2 meetings a month for the rest of the year, maybe 3 when we get closer to the end of the year. So we have a lot of work left to do. And as you'll see as he presents this, the actual long-range plan template still needs to be developed. We know kind of in our minds what it looks like, but we really, we'll see what he has, what he's showing us here, but I don't think you'll see that in here yet tonight either. So.
And I think it's important to highlight because I think Scott's behind the window, we can't see him, and Jerry, I mean, they are doing a heavy lift. You can hire a company to do this, and it can cost them the tens of thousands of dollars. So the work that they've started is very good, and we look forward to, it might not be finished this year. I think they're hoping to get their first recommendation done, and Jerry can speak more to that, but this is a plan that we can continually update annually, and it's something that we're hoping is living on the website. But this was a huge undertaking, and this committee, everybody that was listed, has worked really hard. I think safety and security, it should be noted, are kind of like deferred maintenance. They're things that we're not relegating to long-range planning as far as saying what needs to be done. It's obviously a priority, and the committee takes it very seriously, but the specifics of what needs to be done in each facility are not something that this group is covering.
Let's go forward one more. Yeah, and like Jerry said, this is very much in draft form. We're still really in early stages of this. But we put up some bullet points of some of the things that we really are working on here. And I think, we want this to be a working tool that we can use for the years moving forward. Much like our deferred maintenance, we have a lot of information that's in a lot of different places. And I think one of the ideas behind this is to get it all in one spot so that we can update it, year to year and look at additions that we've done to schools and, and record some of the things that we have accomplished over the years as well, and get all of that into one spot so that this is a working document as we look at it moving forward, as we keep the 5-year and 10-year needs in mind as we move through this. The good news, as you look at all of these different bullets, if Scott, will you go to the next slide, is that we have a lot of work that is currently in process that will really help guide a lot of this work. So a lot of the data that we're getting from Flow Analytics helps give us a lot of the demographics, a lot of the enrollment projections, the siting analysis. All that work will go into this plan and be a major part of this so that it will really help guide. Plus, I think it gives us a way to track the work that Flow has done. And so we are documenting it here and can continue to follow that and use that as we move forward. Same thing with the Amoresco Asset Planner that we saw tonight. And, how do we handle that deferred maintenance and what are those needs? And, we may not need to get as specific as, okay, in 3 years, we need, one of the HVAC systems at Canfield Middle School replaced, but we know that we have this amount that needs to happen in that time period, and we can look ahead at that. Over the last couple of years, we've had some presentations by Samuel Wolkenhauer, who's a regional economist for the Idaho Department of Labor, and Olivia Metz, and we've asked both of them to update that data for us, and that'll go into this as well. And both of them are happily said, yes, we will update that for you. So those are the kinds of things that we're working on that is going to be compiled into this document and really help then drive what is that long-term plan as we look at school needs and, the future needs for the district. This is just one example that Scott put in there of some of the data that we're looking at. This was something that we received from the Idaho Department of Labor, but you'll see graphs and charts like this so that we can really study kind of the predictions of what's coming and help us put those things together. And then the timeline for our work. We've had 3 meetings to date. The last meeting we toured Woodland Middle School, which was nice to go through that school as we talk about the middle schools being crowded, and the principal there was able to give us some really firsthand information about the challenges that he sees as, in passing periods and how crowded that school really is. So it was beneficial to walk through that school and I think get a firsthand look at what that looked like. And then we have a couple meetings in February, and we will be looking to bring some draft recommendations in April, May with a full report to the Board of Trustees in probably late May. Moving forward. Any questions on that?
Seeing none. Thank you, Jerry, for that work. I know that's, as Trustee May said, a heavy lift there. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this time we're tag teaming. I got this one right now. Katie, Mike Nelson is out at a conference all week, and so Katie and Nicole Olson are going to tag team the presentation. And before we get started, I don't want to take anything away from Katie because she's awesome, but I want to shout out at Nicole for the work she's done on the graduation calculations. This went back to a question I asked a very long time ago about how in the world are they getting 4-year cohort graduation calculations figured out when it looks like we're off 200 kids every year, and I just could not get it. And she dug to the bottom of, I'm not exaggerating, tracked down every single kid in the cohort, in the 4-year cohort from this last year's group. So now you got to live up to the expectation. So I'm going to turn this over to Katie and Nicole.
That is Nicole is incredible, and I am so incredibly blessed to get to work with her. She's amazing, and so I will never be upset by anybody giving her credit. Okay, and also I left my bow tie at home tonight, so you'll have to forgive me. We have big bow ties to fill tonight. But we're going to talk a little bit about the map growth. And so Dr. Nelson put together this is cohort growth. So what he did was he looked at our students in the fall, and then those exact same students in the winter taking the MAP test. And we have some good news to report out, which is that our students are making growth greater than what you would expect. So if you look at this black line right here, that is what would be expected normal growth over time. And here's this graph represents our 8th graders in Math 1. And so you can see that our 8th graders in Math 1 in our district grew greater. They grew 10 points, which is much higher than the 2.8 that you would expect. In grade 9, there was also growth higher than what you would expect. So again, we have this black line that shows the expected normal growth. And here's where our Coeur d'Alene School District students are. And they have grown 2.5 points, which is greater than 1.9. Here we have our grade 10 integrated Math 2 students. And again, you can see here is where the norm on grade range level is, and our students are well above that in terms of performance and in terms of growth. And finally, our grade 11 Algebra 2 students, again, outperforming where you would expect them to be. So you can see the students, here we have a graph of our students and where they were in the fall and where they were in the winter. And you can see that they've been closing the gap significantly. What questions might you have about the MAP test?
I have one, but I'm going to throw it at Dr. Cook. Since you forgot your bow tie, I'm going to ask Dr. Cook to do this one.
No worries.
Can you explain kind of the disconnect between the data we see from MAP versus ISAT and SAT testing? When looking at MAP, it seems like we're performing at a higher standard or higher in relation to grade level expectations than we see in kind of those end of the year tests. And is it, why is that, I guess?
Yeah, I think there's two parts to that. I think the first one I would suggest is that there's a motivational issue with ISATs for students at the high school level, is there's not as a direct connection. The MAPS assessments are adaptive, and so they grow with the student's ability. And as a student, so it dials into a question that is eventually at the level of a student's capacity. And so there's some internal motivation with that, because it takes you into a range that feels like where you are effectively challenged. Kids tend to engage in this. That being said, we did language usage maps, and it was not well received at the high school level because we didn't take the time to make the connection to the students' learning. I think there's some connections there in math that are different. I think they feel like that's a great external measure for that work. With the SAT, I think there's two reasons. I think the SAT is every kid. And so there are kids who are, the SAT is understandably the pathway into college. And there are kids that do not have any intention of going to college. And so the value that they get from that moment when they take that test, for our kids that are fully committed to it, they're giving it everything they've got. And so part of that is, who's your audience? And I think that's the first thing I would challenge. Oftentimes when you're 8th grade, 9th grade, or 10th grader taking a MAPS assessment, you haven't made those decisions up, but by the time you're taking the SAT, when you're competing, many of those kids have made those decisions. And if a kid knows they're not going to college, or they've got a plan that doesn't require a high SAT score, they're going to do something at NIC, and they know that pathway, they don't necessarily feel the need to compete. Whereas some of our kids, that's a highly emotional and potentially volatile day for them. So I think that's part of it. We can definitely, one of the things that we, based upon conversations we've had in a workshop or two ago, is starting to track cohort data as going back even as far as how kids performed in their middle school years, and how that is then predictive on both their ISAT scores in high school and their SAT scores in high school. So to see if there's some pattern, and also ways that we can answer those questions on performance for each of the students in each of our comprehensive high schools and students that transferred into Venture.
Thank you. I suppose some of it too is this is comparing how they scored compared to the national mean, where an SAT is looking at a benchmark, right, and not necessarily the college mean score, so, or the student mean score. Okay, any other questions on MAPS?
Yeah, 2 questions, and there might be for both of you. I'm not sure which one, but the first question being, what's your overall assessment? This is a new test for us. It's measuring growth versus a summative assessment like the ISAT or SAT. So is this something that's been valuable for the district, and are we able to use the data and help make good decisions moving forward? I know this is the 2nd year that we've done it. Is that right?
Steve.
That is correct.
Steve is saying
yes. This is the 2nd year we've done that. And I think one of the things that is the next step up, and then what we would be leveling up, is this is an external viewpoint into our district. And so it gives us an opportunity to see where we are in competing at a national level. Secondly, it gives us an outside viewpoint on what I would say is the validity of what we are choosing to teach, which I think is also a very valuable data point. Thirdly, and this might be the most important piece, is it gives real-time information to teachers and students about what kids know and don't know, areas that they could grow and improve on. So the kids that this does matter to can see areas of strength, see areas where their cognitive level is still developing, and see areas that they may want to focus on before it gets to, we hear about kids, a few weeks or maybe a few months, if you're fortunate, before they take the SAT, starting to say, hey, I need to get ready for this. We would start this much earlier. And so this provides that service, provides that data and that feedback, both to the teacher for instructional moves in the classroom, and to the student as far as what the feedback they can get in the communication that comes from NWEA.
I think that was part of my second question is, are we communicating this data to parents and students? I think there is a lot of valuable data here, and I know that the maps itself, if you go to their website and read about them, I think they feel really strongly that they can communicate with parents and students and use it as a tool along the way. So I'm curious, have we communicated enough with our families? And as a parent, I wish I had more. I don't know that my own students map data. And so going forward, can we create a way that we can share this with our students and parents and use it as that tool as they're preparing for the SAT or their next PSAT? Because it does really give you information, like you said, on what areas do I probably need a little bit more work. So I don't know.
Nicole actually has a comment on that.
So actually, we're in the process of pulling family reports that will be distributed, will be sent to the print shop and then distributed in the next coming weeks, so that families can look at their students' results and performance and have a point of discussion with them and teachers.
I think for parents, it would probably be nice. It's a little check-in all throughout the year. We do it, 3 times? And so after every window, if we could work towards, alerting parents, hey, and it might be a wake-up call. I need to be more aware of what's happening at in the classroom versus we're edging now towards, second semester, and we have to, to work a little harder to catch up. But I think that initial window would be a nice check-in with parents. And even if we're not sending them, via print shop, if it's going email, or if there's a way that we can link it to Skyward and a parent, we could just notify them through the website or the text updates that the scores are available. Or there's probably some ways that we can communicate this data maybe a little more effectively.
Yeah, we've definitely got, it's new and we're implementing it and it's getting better, but we definitely have a ways to go to make it a better tool and more useful to all of our families.
And it seems like we're paying for their services, and so we should utilize everything that they can
Agreed.
provide. Yeah.
Okay, can we move on to cohort graduation rates?
So good evening, Superintendent Cook, Chair Morris Rowe, esteemed trustees. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for your kind words. I am here tonight to talk to you about our graduation rate. And this first slide, this is really a story of a group of kids that showed up in the fall of 2015. They were 14 some years old, and they showed up and registered in our schools, and we kind of took them under our wings. So a 4-year cohort basically looks at a group of students when they all came to us at the same time. And now this is actually an adjusted cohort graduation rate. And adjusted means we're going to look at those students that came to us in 2015. Some of them might have moved away. Some of them might have gone to other schools. And then some of them might have moved into our area. We had a fair amount of influx of students coming from out of state, from other schools. And so the adjusted cohort basically says, if we look at the students that came to us back in 2015, in the fall of 2015, what percentage of those students walked across our stage and received a diploma within 4 years? And so the results here for you tonight, CHS had a 4-year cohort graduation rate of 94.9% last year. That's for the school year 2019. Lake City, 93.8%, Venture, 54.2%, and our district as a whole had a 91% cohort graduation rate in 4 years. That's a 3.5% increase over last year, and over 5 years, that's a 6% increase. And when I tell you that that's a story, it's not just of those students and all of the work that they did and their teachers did. It's also a great story of our registrars who tracked all of those students. As students leave, they followed up with parents and families and other schools to find out where they went, did they graduate, and account for all of them. So our registrars did a lot of hard work to get this data and get it accurate. Our counseling staff also did an amazing job keeping track of all of our students and where are they at and what can we do to help them graduate. So those are some really strong growth at both Coeur d'Alene and Lake City High School. And even while Venture had a slight decline last year, they're still up 20% over 5 years. So the next slide here is basically a comparison of our district to other school districts that are either the like-sized or regional in our area. And you'll see that we had a really strong showing this last year with a 3.5% non-cohort graduation rate increase. So school year 2018, those are the kids that started back in 2014. They had an 87.5% graduation, four-year cohort graduation rate, and this year was 91. So this next slide is basically going through, if we were to break out and look at equity in graduation rate and kind of look at some of those subgroups, what do we find? And there is some variability and some areas where we can kind of look closer and say what do we work on various improvement strategies for those and reaching out to everybody. And then our last slide here is a 5-year cohort graduation rate. So 5-year, again, we're going to go back to that school year 2018. The students who graduated in 2018, they would have started back in 2014. Some of them didn't graduate, but in 2018, but they came back and finished up that next year. So what you can see here is a 2.3% increase in students who graduated up to 1 year after the rest of their cohort. So they came back and finished up their diploma the year following when they would have graduated. So that also shows a nice increase of 2.3% in students who graduated 1 year later. And so some of the areas that we've been focusing on for improvement are credit retrieval using Edmentum for students who are trying to retrieve credits, as well as focusing on dropout retrieval and reaching out to those families and following up with them. So you also had a sheet in your packet that explained a little bit more about how adjusted cohort is calculated, and that just gives you kind of some of that background. But again, it's kind of that influx of you have this group that starts, some leave, some come, and it's who's left in the end that graduates within 4 years or 5 years. So overall, some really good news to report. Any questions?
I just wanted to thank you for acknowledging Venture's gains. While they didn't have a gain last year, over the last 5 years, they have done a tremendous job. So I think it's important we celebrate that.
Yes, yeah, they've been outstanding for over the long term. Well, thank you very much.
Questions? All right,
Is
thank
that-
you. That's it. Thank you, both. Okay, next up, some policies for information. These are with us for information tonight. They'll be out for comment over the next 30 days and back again next month for action, possibly. So there were a couple in here. Do you have staff members that are introducing any of these? Are you doing these?
I'm just kind of going to be the resource for this. There's three. There's really, well, actually, it might not be a bad idea to just peel off 3330P to start with, because the other three are all related and they're accompanying procedures. But 3330P, we found that we needed to capture a different category in student discipline. So if you can go to that one and just notice that there is false reporting of like circumstances that would put a school into a lockdown or fire alarm or something like that, is language that we wanted to add to our discipline code, or we'd like to get that out for public comment. But the others, you pretty much get me and Lynn, and I think Trina or Kate could also weigh in if they have preference as well. But this has been an ongoing discussion for quite some time now, and we felt like we needed to get a starting point in front of you guys, so we're glad to take any feedback you might have as well.
Okay, so anything on 3330P? Nothing? Yeah, the only thing I noticed on here, and I don't know why, after 4.5 years I noticed it, but when you look at these policies, it doesn't define what the policy, like the policy name isn't well defined on these. Like it starts, it says students at the top, right? Which I assume that's the section it falls under. And it's 3330P, but then is student discipline is the policy? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Discipline. I just wondered about like adding the policy name to the tops of these. I know we're kind of working on integrating these into a new system. Because I didn't get confused on this one, but when I was looking at the magnets and the other ones, there's so many subheadings in there that are underlined. Like at first that's what I thought was the policy title, and it just got confusing. Like, what policy am I looking at? So maybe just as we move forward or as we integrate into the system, that's something we can add, or maybe with the new system it won't be needed. Okay, so the other ones, and I believe there's 3. Why don't we just look at those one at a time as well? Do you want to give a little explanation over those as a group, and then we'll just do one at a time on those?
So let me start by kind of giving a general definition of what we tried to accomplish here. There's really 3 policies here. They all have to do with how do you get students into schools specifically. The first one, we just called it an entrance policy, is how do you qualify for getting into one of our schools as a student, and what does that look like, and what commitments is the district making to our students and families, and what commitments are not. In other words, there are circumstances in which the district holds the authority to put students into a school wherever that might be. Second one is the idea of how we're going to handle open enrollment for those students that want to go from what would be considered their zoned school, which we are claiming in the first policy, as their home attendance zoned school. And that's a I don't know if it's a change in practice in the past, but it is definitely a declaration formally in policy that we are recommending that there is some kind of declaration that every student is seen as their home attendance zoned school is their school and always can remain their school unless they do something to change that aspect. And so open enrollment then takes those next steps as if you choose to move out of that situation into another school, what are those set of circumstances in which you're governed by? And then lastly, if you choose to go to a magnet school, what is your situation now and how is it governed? And those are two completely different sets of pathways, because theoretically, we would say that if you're in your home school, it's always your home school. Let me back that up. If you're in your home attendance zoned school, that is your home school forever in life, unless there is a very rare instance in which we can't support that because of who knows what. And those are very uncommon situations. If you would choose to open enroll, you're not promised in these policies, you're not necessarily promised the guarantee that you would get to stay in that open enrolled school. That's incumbent upon space. We're also recommending that if you choose to give up your home attendance zone school to go to a magnet school, that you would have the ability to say that is now my home school until it's no longer comfortable for me, so that it replaces that. Those are two different things. In an open enrollment, you're saying I want to go out of my attendance zone school, going to another school, and that's something we could honor based upon space. But we're also saying if you choose to go to a magnet school, you can declare that this is now going to be my home school, and I'm there as long as I'm happy with what's being provided to me. Those are two different paths and two different considerations. So we took a stab at this, along with changing the forms that would go along with this. And in the case of open enrollment, I believe that's an online form. And in the case of magnets right now, we're still doing that by paper. But I think we're working to try to get that to online. I would like to complicate this by one thing in saying that theoretically, if in this year, had we done none of this policy work or boundary work, right now is the window of time that we would start doing the magnet enrollment, or excuse me, the magnet confirmation of re-enrollment or of continued enrollment, whatever. And so we've already gotten questions from building administrators that are like, hey, we're kind of still planning on doing that. So that runs along parallel to this as we go. So that's a pretty good starting place. We've added some language in the magnet schools legally that provides the district the authority to do some maneuvering with entrance into magnet schools. That could be things like weighted lotteries or setting limits on number of students that would be pulled out of a particular attendance zone, or maybe providing transportation for kids in the regards to try to make the demographic of a particular magnet school, any of them that we would be considering, look reflective of the regional demographics in which that school is located, so that we're doing a good job of kind of representing the community in any and every school that we have. And this is not currently a policy. This is a brand new policy, and we are absolutely open to feedback on this. So.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to point that out. So 3001 and 3010 are existing policies with kind of rewrites and edits, and 3012 is new. So let's start with 3001. Any comments about the work done there or what's proposed? This is one, the entrance, like, I don't know, I'm stuck on names today. It was just confusing. Not confusing, but it didn't seem like a great name. Like, I'm not sure if you looked in our policy book of our 600 policies and you saw entrance 3001. I mean, when I first saw it, I thought it was about school entrances and like how you gain entry into a school. That's what I was expecting it was going to be about. And then I opened it, I'm like, this is an entrance, this is enrollment, or, you know, I don't know if there's a better term for it, but.
Perhaps enrollment qualifications.
Right. So that was the only thing I had on that, and maybe you guys can come up with something better. Maybe it's just enrollment or enrollment qualifications or something.
while I was going through these, Boise actually had a really good example of, and they didn't call it entrance, now I can't remember what it was called, but they kind of do theirs in the same order that we did, so maybe we could look and see what what they called it. But they pretty much had a lot of the same stipulations as far as requiring birth certificate, name on birth certificate, immunizations, declaring, where you live. But now I can't remember what they called it.
Okay, well, maybe we can borrow from Boise. Okay, is that it on 3001? All right, let's go to 3010 then, and I think this we have kind of the policy, the procedure, and the form. So let's go policy first.
So if we're going to talk generally speaking, I just have specific questions. Do you want those first maybe before it gets to like a general broad conversation about open enrollment, or do you want us to do them all at once? These are just little detailed questions. What's your pleasure?
I don't know if I'm following you there, so.
Well, these are just questions like clerical questions, not generally how do we feel about open enrollment policy. I'll just start with my general questions. How about that? Okay. The first one was, I thought we did not provide transportation to open enrollment, and this is talking, which is great that we're doing this, but I see now that you can ask to go to the bus stop identified and see if it,
Yeah, so we actually believe that was the case for open enrollment. We looked at statute, Idaho State statute, and actually if parents can find their way to an existing bus stop and we have space on that, then we're expected to provide them with the opportunities that we would provide any of the kids that lived in a particular zone. And so
I was thrilled to see this, and so that's why I was just wanting to clarify to make sure I got that right. And the second one was a kind of a definition question. What are numerical limits to enrollment? And it's on page
where are you at?
7 of 23.
When you look at the bottom of the page, it says like 3010-1 or 2 or
2. And it says, let's get to where the superintendent may set numerical limits defining hardships for schools, grade levels, or programs to provide for appropriate and efficient use of facilities and staff.
That's another way of saying that the district reserves the right to not be extended beyond the ability of the district to provide the resources based upon what's requested. So for example, in the previous document we had, we could force transfer folks. And so open enrollment would be bound by the same kind of thing. And so if we were gonna say, for example, that we wanted to cap, let's use caps as an example. If we wanted to cap a class at 25 and said, we're gonna try to keep a class at 25. So we could actually say, we're gonna hold enrollment at 23 or 24 because we would anticipate that if we're gonna provide everybody a homeschooled location, those kids that move in later would have access to that school. So the hardship would be, we don't necessarily have to go above and beyond those numbers. And that could be at a school, could be at a grade level, or even as specific to a particular class.
Yeah, I figured it was something that specific, but I thought it might be a little bit vague and it might draw questions from the community members. So if there was terminology that we could just make it a little bit clearer, so you don't have to receive phone calls from parents wondering what the numerical limits might be at that.
Yeah, the legal advised us to be not too specific.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so on this one, I had one around the transportation one with Lisa, and so this is on 3010-2. And it's the top 2 paragraphs there. So for out-of-district students, they can transport the student directly to the school or the bus stop, but for in-district transfers, they must transport them to a bus stop. It doesn't allow them to transport the student directly to the school.
We can fix that.
I just took that as a given too.
Well, I don't know. Right, but it's true. It says they must.
I got you.
They're responsible to transport the student to an appropriate established bus stop. On same policy on page 1, I had 2 comments there. So one's in the second paragraph of the new new writing, so parents and families may apply. And I wondered if we should be referring to that as guardians. It seems like a lot of our policies say guardians instead of parents and families.
Are you talking about where it says students?
This is parents and families may apply to enroll their student at the school, blah, blah, blah. It's the fourth paragraph on the page.
Oh, fourth paragraph.
I'm sorry, it's the second one of the new writing, but it's the fourth.
Gotcha.
Fourth one down. And I think
Guardians.
that happens a lot through both of these policies, or maybe
Okay.
all three of these. The other just kind of general comment I had on this one is kind of flip-flopping those initial paragraphs and starting with the one I was just referring to with the
Paragraph
edit.
4 goes to the top.
Yes, and then 3, because that one seemed kind of more philosophical, and then it went into
So you're saying
specifics.
Paragraph 4 first, paragraph 2, well, if you count
Yes.
all,
Yes.
switch those. Yep.
It read better to me.
Gotcha.
But I'm just one.
Okay.
Casey, you're still going, I had another. Go ahead. And I don't know if this is going to fall under procedure or actual policy. So when I was reviewing Boise's open enrollment policy, they have a priority scale set up, and I believe it is in their policy. And I wonder if we want to have something that allows for priority. I didn't see it, and I could have missed it, but you know, it was really clear on their delineation as far as when reapplying annually for enrollment, there was priority to those that live, you know, within 1.5 miles of the school, those that are greater than 1.5 miles, those that have siblings, younger siblings, and it was very clear. I'm sure it's a lot of the questions that Dr. Orozco gets annually, but it did provide a very clear structure for how we make decisions about who gets accepted for enrollment. And I think because some of our new elementary school, or our newest elementary school, there's going to be people who live within 1.5 miles and who aren't assigned to that school and may choose to try to open enroll in their old school, and I thought it was actually a really good way to deal with that situation, that it gave preferential treatment to those kids that live really close to 2 elementary schools, and if they choose to potentially open enroll into one over the other. And that was just one instance, but I think there, and I didn't write them down, but there was about 6 categories that they use to provide guidance for how they make decisions on open enrollment.
Just out of curiosity, do we tend to get pretty competitive in open enrollment and need some procedure for lottery choicing for open enrollment? In general? Yeah, at the elementary level.
Can I just say this?
No.
The microphone.
I don't think that it's so much about getting competitive among open enrollment applications as much as it is about once the kids are there, we end up scratching our heads, wondering where are we going to put the new families moving in and still honor that notion of consistency, you know. So it's not like, oh, you know, here's a school and they've got 5 openings and there's 8 families who want to go there. It doesn't feel quite like that. That's not been what our discussions have been about. It doesn't mean that it possibly wouldn't, you know, especially if we start having some windows of time, and if we start.
And one of the parameters was like in a window, you had to put your request in by this date, and then they had a second, you know, window. And so it made it really clear. And I think if we do have an increase in open enrollment requests this year, it might provide some structure for the district and for the board moving forward. And I wish I had pulled it up, but it's really easy to find. It's on their website under their open enrollment policy.
At the district level, we have talked about that we want to actually start opening, you know, almost when secondary opens, and having a clear cutoff, and being very careful about not making any promises until the dust settles in late August.
And their policy is also very clear that they say the same thing, and that you must follow procedure in requesting an open enrollment transfer. But I just thought it provided a really clear guidance for our community, or for their community, on how they handle it.
Yeah.
I think that would fit best in procedure, And I think we've got some general ideas of that, but nothing as specific as you were alluding to, and I think we can definitely look into that. One of the things we've also done, and I would just say this, is how do we, if we have to start prioritizing who that is currently open enrolled, revoking those because there's not adequate space or whatever, that there's also going to have to be some level of criteria and prioritization of that as well. And we've tried to capture some of that additionally and create back to that kind of hardship language, but that there's going to have to be, and I'll take this even a step further, we've started to socialize this concept, because if we're going to live by that, in that very first policy we talked about, 3001, that you have a right to go to your home school, that means that takes priority over once and always in. So an open enrolled student has to effectively open enroll every year, and that's a commitment that you make when you make that decision, is that we're going to roll the dice and we're going to take that chance. So not only are we going to have to prioritize the way people access in, but we're then going to have to prioritize if we have to take hardship cases and start pushing people back up.
And I actually did write down, it's Boise Policy 3113.
3113, okay?
I was just going to say, we're going to need to be clear on that, because I think that hasn't been the practice. I think when people open enroll, they just assume that once they're in to that school that they've been in, and that's going to be a eye-opener as we move forward. So we need to make sure that that's communicated to whoever is giving that information out.
I think recently that's been the practice, because
Yes.
years ago with my oldest, we open enrolled into Hayden Meadows because we knew we were moving that way. And it wasn't. We had to apply every year, and you found out the day before school started whether she was in again that next year or not.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things we've talked about, even just in the immediate future, is making it abundantly clear on the application that this is not a guarantee for all years in the future, that this will have to be done annually.
So on that note of the more procedural aspect of it, I would just note on 3010, page 3, right above revocation of a transfer, you have some specifically delineated priorities. And so I would be careful that we either take them out of here and put them only in procedure, or put consistently whatever we put in procedure into policy. Because if you've got two and you don't have all the same in one place, I think we create a conflict that could be problematic. But I did like Lisa's idea of having some more structure for folks at those schools to know how to prioritize.
Anything else on 3010? I had one more here on 3010-4. And it's in the second paragraph. And it's the second sentence: unacceptable behaviors, lack of attendance, or false and misleading information on open enrollment applications are ground for district to revoke. And I just wonder, is that broad enough to capture all the reasons that your application could be revoked? Because I just wondered if it wasn't, and someone, their open enrollment was revoked, and then said, well, that's not in the policy. It didn't say I couldn't do X.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I don't know what all the reasons are that we would, unacceptable behaviors probably qualifies that, but that might be a little generic, because what's unacceptable to me might be acceptable to you, or vice versa. Okay. So maybe it's a violation of district policies, or I don't know. It kind of says it. It says it on the previous sentence that they're required to comply with all district policies, but
it may not even be necessary.
That needs to be in there.
The second sentence may not even be necessary. The first sentence may take care of it.
Yeah, maybe you combine the two. Required to comply with all district policies, and violation of such may result in revoking of open enrollment. Okay.
One last thought, based on our last listening session about grandfathering, it seemed as though maybe 30% of the comments were really about open enrollment. And so I anticipate at our next listening session, we may receive many comments about this. And I just wanted to kind of feel out the board, do we want to give the opportunity for the community to use that time, or are we going to be specific in hearing only grandfathering concerns? Because a lot of the people there were open enrolled and were curious. I think it was kind of the situation that you're talking about. How are we going to handle those students who have open enrolled? Is it going to fall under the umbrella of the new open enrollment policy, or is it going to be a grandfathering issue? I think we probably need to decide which way. And hearing you bring up the other idea, I hadn't even considered that. I just thought we'd be adopting the open enrollment policy, and that's how we would be handling all open enrollment requests going forward. But hearing the other idea, I thought, well, but just being prepared for comments that we receive.
Yeah, I mean, the way I read those is the grandfathering concept kind of provides some more protection that the general going forward open enrollment policy doesn't, which basically says it's on a year-to-year basis, is what the policy says. I think on the grandfathering, we're saying it's on a year-to-year basis, but you get some priority to stay.
I think they get pretty low priority, so I'm anticipating that there's going to be some community members who might be frustrated.
Yeah. Well, I anticipate just the fact that we're taking a completely different stance than the way it's been administered in the very recent future. I mean, in the very recent past, that that open enrollment is going to look quite different, right? That once in, you're always in creates a completely different dynamic than what we would be living by, which is this idea that if you're choosing to open enroll, it's an annual choice every year, and there are no promises.
Okay, and then just on the form itself, 3010, I don't know, is it P2? Or F1, or I don't know what it is. But we have a form online. It's just not going to be in the policy manual. Is that correct? Okay. All right. 3012 here is a new policy regarding our magnets. And why don't we look at the policy first, then we can talk through procedures. So questions and comments on this one?
I do have one question regarding students of district staff members. Is that all district staff members? Or is it just the district staff members that work at those two schools?
It's all district staff members. It's how it's written in the master articles. It's how it's written in the master articles. It just says staff.
Really, I mean, technically, if we looked at master articles only apply to certified staff member, it doesn't apply to classified, but I think we're allowing both, right? Or
yeah, I'm not sure that we've delineated that it's a difference. And I'm also not sure that we've ever said that it applies to staff members of applied schools, right? Like, I think that's a delineation that some people are thinking that it's specific to if you work in that school, that's the only commitment you get. Which in theory, like I would want to say this for the record right now, that's, if it were to apply, and you were an out-of-district staff member who's bringing your child, then in theory your kid wouldn't be allowed to choose once your kid's out of that school. From that point forward, now you're just an out-of-district that's competing for out-of-district seats with the general public. And so right now, the best of my knowledge, we're treating this as staff. Since this policy hasn't existed, I think we've been administering it based upon staff in general.
I think for me there's a concern because one of our elementary schools that is a magnet school is really small, and if you included up to 1,000 staff, you could fill up that school with just staff members' kids, and then we've defeated the purpose of a magnet school. I really worry, I have trepidation over that, and I checked the Sorensen website today, and it clearly delineates Sorensen staff, #1, and so I don't know if that was an oversight, but that's what's currently being advertised, and I don't know if Ramsey, I didn't check their website to see what their procedure says, but I think we would have to think long and hard, because with the number of staff that we have in a small, limited number of spaces, you could see really quickly where it could become the preferred choice for staff.
Well, I would just say that point is in the master articles, and we can't just change that. That's negotiated agreement, and we would have to negotiate with the CEA to change that wording.
Even though it's not one of our attendance zone schools, it's an actual magnet policy, and so I wonder if that would, I'd like to.
I mean, we saw the language is pretty clear. I think it says student staff can, get preference
implies.
in enrollment of school. It doesn't say of attendance on school or magnet school, it just says school. And we can look at it, but I think it's pretty specific, and we had some comments. We had a few teachers email us about it already, because I think they thought we were going away from that preference. But.
And I think the concern is everyone wanting to be at those schools, not just the teachers who have their own kids there. So that's kind of the concern, is just access.
I'm not going to accuse us of being consistent and careful with the way we've applied the policy, because I think what you're saying is exactly right in terms of what the master articles say, and what we're saying in general for the district is that's what we're trying to honor. And from the attract and retain perspective, it's really important to us that our folks get their kids in those schools. I can tell you from specifically, I'd have to ask Mrs. Cavista about Ramsey, but specifically for Sorensen, I know what we have applied in practice. I'm trying to channel Brett right now, but what we've applied in practice is what Lisa's talking about, and I think it did have a lot to do with just simply the few number of seats there, I think. So I'm not saying that it's the right way to do it, but I think it may have been what we've been doing for that. I recall sharing with a teacher in an email recently about, well, you apply and there's the lottery, and when it was specifically about Sorensen. So for whatever that's worth, to muddy the waters.
Nationally, when you look at magnet school policies, I could not find an example where that was included, for that same reason, that you could be creating an elite school for only staff. And we shouldn't use the word elite, but that image of saying, well, all staff go to X school. I mean, I agree it might be in the master articles, but have we really looked into, I don't know, I would have to rethink the entire magnet policy if we're going to go that direction, because I think it would provide really limited access to all of our community.
I guess I just don't see how that's different. They could all choose to go to Dalton or any other school. It seems, I don't know what the right word is, but it seems interesting that Sorensen people are concerned that all district staff would send their school there and push them, or send their students there. I think that's...
I don't think it's Sorensen staff. I'm talking generally about the philosophy behind a magnet program. And so moving forward, we haven't been doing that. It's been the staff working at those schools. And so I think access would be limited to all of our community if we're giving preferential treatment, the very top preferential treatment to staff. Not that I don't support staff giving preferential treatment, but if your child's attending there, it's one thing because you want to carpool together and you want to be at the same facility. But we're a school where we may only have 100 seats a year outside of the overlay. Very quickly, those 100 seats could be automatically slotted and we wouldn't have access. And so moving forward, I would like to see some more national magnet school policy on how they've dealt with that. And I think, Casey, to your comment, the difference about Dalton is that every year now with this policy, they're not reapplying. There is some safety, and once they've chosen this school, it becomes their home school. So it is a little bit different.
It's complicated because of the language in the master articles, and it isn't more specific than that guidance. So I'm not sure we can write a policy without negotiating that would delineate that specifically without CEA's input.
You're not aware that's what it was, because that hasn't been happening in the past, right?
Because there hasn't been a policy. It's just been based upon practice and procedure.
Or someone wasn't aware, right? That maybe they were denied because they didn't work at Sorensen, or they didn't work at Ramsey, or their kid didn't get into whatever school they chose, Coeur d'Alene High or whatever it was, and they weren't aware it was in the master article. I mean, it's kind of like our policy. It's 28 pages of painful reading. And how many teachers, besides the people who are on CEA, know it? And have we ever looked at it? Bits and pieces during negotiation, and I try to forget it as quick as I can. So, I think that's probably it. Is people, I think it makes sense what you're saying and the way it's been practiced at Sorensen and Ramsey and probably other schools. That makes sense to me. But I was kind of shocked when it came, it was in language, and I think it was a teacher that pointed it out to us, or a CA person that pointed it out to us, that I was surprised it was there. So maybe we just need to look at that a little closer, and it's certainly something that Trina can take up in negotiations.
I think that, I got an email from a teacher who actually is a teacher representing himself and his spouse, who both teach for us, and they intend to try to get their student into one of our magnet schools, and neither one of them, they both teach in our district, neither one of them teach at that school. And so right now, because there's no clear articulation of this, it's unclear, right? It's just unclear.
I guess I'm not understanding still. I understand we have master articles, but that applies to current policy. This is a new policy, so I'm not sure how we're now translating it to a policy that's never been enacted. And that's where I'd like to see this conversation go with legal, is this is a new policy and therefore it needs to be renegotiated. Yes, under our old policy, that was the case. Well, shaking your head.
Well, master articles is the law of the land. You cannot violate what the master article says, whether it's a new policy, an old policy, a just created policy. It has to match master articles, because that's a negotiated agreement. It sets the priority. It sets the preference.
But you negotiate it annually.
Correct.
So
you would have to renegotiate it.
Have to renegotiate
Right.
it. I think we would have to get some more data, because for me, we'd be creating a situation where we are not providing equal access to our magnet schools, and that would be a worry moving forward. Even just your.
So that's actually, like, I want to make sure that we're when we talk about magnet schools, one of the things that you notice in this policy is that we're asking not to provide equal access, that we want to control access a little bit, because we're trying to make sure that we are making a school population, a representative population of the demographics, and what that could potentially do is control enrollment. And so one of the things that we can look into and we can talk with legal about is, are there things that we can set that limits the amount of seats theoretically, the way we would do just the same kind of language on setting enrollment caps or setting weighted lotteries, those kinds of things. I wonder if there's some flexibility there that still allows for, I don't know. The language in the master articles is pretty definitive in the fact that it says it, the way it says it creates a dynamic that now we're trying to write policy so that it matches.
And I'm not saying it's not worthy to have the discussion and to talk about it in negotiations, but until we agree collectively that the Board of Trustees and the CEA, that's the rule. And I think even if we didn't enact this policy, that's the rule. Whether it's been the practice, someone probably could make a case that we haven't been following the negotiated agreement. Not probably, they could.
I will agree with you that it's a lack of knowledge. I had a teacher ask me this week, and I was uninformed as well. And I thought it was what you thought, with school specific. So I just think it has not reared its ugly head in that capacity, because most teachers probably don't understand that. It's district-wide, staff-wide, and not school-specific.
And I think if you would ask us how we're administering it, I think it's in deference to providing an opportunity for teachers to have some influence in that. And because we've been treating all 11 elementary schools the same, I'm not sure that it's ever been designated as to whether it's one of our magnet schools or one of our attendance zone schools. I think I think we needed to talk it through, and I am absolutely empathetic to the cause and the case. In fact, this, even in the first one that I wrote, this wasn't necessarily the order that I presented them in, and I very quickly was corrected that no, that's one of the things that we do in the district to provide access and service to our teachers. So I think we're in a sticky spot that we've got to find our way through.
Yeah, I'd like to see, there are magnet school policies, like we said, again, all across the country in way more urban areas than Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, with large numbers of teachers. And so this problem has been solved before. And so if there are master articles and unions across the country who have recognized, I think we're not unique in this conversation. And so I think searching out how larger districts with, I'm sure, the same situation where they do want their magnet schools to have fair access. I shouldn't have used the word equal access, but fair access. And this, to me, is creating an unfair situation for access. And so I would like to hear what some other districts have been doing. Seattle, I think Chicago is one of the ones that we got that little brief about magnet school policy across the country. Boise, they've got magnet schools. I'd like to see how they're handling it. But for me, until we get that part cleared up, moving forward with magnet policy seems really challenging.
I would guess a lot of those districts just don't have that in their master articles, and how it got into ours and when it got into ours, who knows? I think of an example. I was talking to a Canfield teacher last week who lives in Coeur d'Alene Place, like seeing distance of Woodland and Lake City High. And they open enrolled their student into Canfield because that's where they worked and that's what they wanted to do. And their student was going to go back to Lake City, but now he had made all these friendships at Canfield, and those kids were all going to Coeur d'Alene High. So he ended up enrolling his student in Coeur d'Alene High. And it doesn't really make a difference at the high school, right? It's fairly easy to get into either. Certainly Coeur d'Alene High is the easier one to get into currently. But I can see, I guess, why that matters or could matter. But I get it. It could create an issue.
I just would like to say that this isn't necessarily because we disagree with the philosophy or that there's not examples out there for us to follow. It's because currently this is the set of circumstances that we have in agreement with the CEA.
So this is just information we're not taking for action tonight. So we have some time to kind of look into that a little more. It might be even worth a conversation with Kim and just see where is CEA out on that, or have they thought about that, and maybe looking at the history of, I don't know if we'd have it, but when did that come into the master articles, and maybe it just wasn't written well into the master articles as far as what was really the intent and what was hashed out.
So before we start down that path, I just kind of am listening. Do we all kind of agree that we think the intent is specific to the school that person works in? And then if so, then what after?
First, I want to be very clear because I don't want any teachers out there to think I don't support them having choice in where their student goes to school. So that's absolutely not about not wanting teachers to have preference, because I believe that is important, especially because they're serving our district. So I just want to be really clear on that so I don't offend anybody out there. But yeah. And yes, for me, I think choice, if they're teaching at a school, that's to me where I've always interpreted that. But
that's where I did, and that's how I explained it to the teacher, was that it would be about you wanting your kid at your school with you and wanting to be able to do that. And I didn't see it extending beyond that. If it's a negotiated piece that's very important to our teachers, then I think we have to evaluate that piece of it. But if it's really just about them being at the school and it just hasn't been written well in the master articles, I just don't know. I don't know the answer.
I'm all about our teachers getting those and stop getting those extra kind of benefits. Absolutely. But could we lean into that a little bit and just see what the real intent there was?
Yeah, I think we can dig into it. I think the one piece that is that could be potentially, I think, a point of, I don't know if I'd say conflict, but of at least consternation, is the idea that teachers are not seeing this as a limit based upon, or at least I think even in our cases, we've been administering it kind of to the extent of it's going to give you some priority because we're treating it across all of our schools, not just our magnet schools, but all of our schools, and it isn't determined or bound by the level at which you work. You know, that if I say, hey, I would like to have my kid go to Winton, but then transfer to Canfield, then go to CHS, even though I'm teaching at Atlas, we kind of have not asked a ton of questions about that.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, and I mean, and you hear that, and that sounds sort of capricious and weird, but I'm thinking about some of the emails that Trina and I got in the last couple of weeks, specifically even about teachers who had been sort of misinformed based on the articles about, no, there isn't any room for your child. They're going to have to go back to their home district outside of this school because they've run across their limit, their tenure. It was at the school where their elementary teacher parent was teaching, and then after that, there was this kind of misunderstanding, and it was like, so now that we have no room at our middle schools, you're going to have to go back home to, and so that, so extending the master articles privilege to our teachers so that it's not just the school where you're teaching, knowing that that's a very limited window of time, was, I think, part of our hope for attracting and retaining our teachers. I can understand well, I think, the difficulty when you start talking about a very small school with just a few seats, and that's maybe what we can dig into some more.
And I wonder if we're also, Dr. Cottle just texted me a very important point, that maybe what we're talking about is language for open enrollment, and that there needs to be different language for access, because there are two completely different sets of circumstances. When you access a school through an open enrollment, that's a different set of circumstances than when you access one of our magnet schools. And perhaps that's part of the conversation we can take back to the union and see that there are different, they might need bifurcation, and there needs to be treated separately in the way we administer them. So, and by the way, I'm not texting, she texted me. So.
Okay, since Casey's gone, so any more discussion on the policy 3012? Okay, then we can move on to procedure. Anybody have comments on procedure, the magnet enrollment?
I think obviously we've discussed group priority 1, so we've covered that.
I'll just say I have several on really both of these, and I didn't kind of get into the fine points of things, but between policy and procedure, we reference a lottery system, a lottery draw, and a lottery zone. We call the same, I think it's all the same thing, but we call it 3 different things throughout the policy and the procedure. And again, this one kind of didn't have the guardians thing, I think.
Yeah, it's fair.
Right. Okay. On the first page there, so 3012P1, the second sentence in the first paragraph. These returning students must timely complete an annual confirmation of enrollment. To me, that should say parents and guardians of these returning students must timely complete an annual confirmation of enrollment. That we should, I know the responsibility's on the parent, not the student in that case.
I would read that.
Second sentence in first paragraph. Started with parents, guardians of. The third paragraph is a paragraph that's also in the policy, and so I have two questions on it. One, why are we repeating something that's in policy and procedure, like word for word? It's the whole paragraph's in both. And I'm sure that's because that was the Mark and Megan thing. Okay, so that might be the answer. The one thing I didn't like in that paragraph in either the policy or the procedure is in the first sentence, where it says the board reserves the right and authorizes the superintendent or designee to deny and or alter the magnet school application procedures. I feel like that's one that needs to come to the board and needs to have, to me, there's a lot of involvement around, or a lot of interest in that's one should be coming to the board for approval. So I'd like to strike that line.
And I think it continues into the second sentence right after that about the ability for them to prioritize the wait list, even though we've just gone over painfully how difficult it is to prioritize. Yeah.
Yeah, so it would it shores that up too, right? If all of a sudden, and this isn't a reflection on you, as I told you earlier today when I told you about this, but just down the road and just shoring up policy and, kind of whose lane is this in? And I think it should stay in the lane of the board. Because those are super controversial, or there's a lot of public interest on those. So I like that it'd follow the board practice of 30-day notice and all that.
If we were to just delete the part and authorizes the superintendent or designee, then it fits your parameters, right?
I think so.
I think going into the second sentence also, including the limitation, the right to prioritize wait lists, weighing lottery entries, limiting the number of students.
Right, but if we delete that out, it says the board reserves,
then the
it
board,
only falls
the
to the
board holds that authority. Yep. And part of that, I do want to make sure we're clear on that piece. This was a very difficult piece to navigate to get started, because part of what we're trying to do is allow the board to hold authority over making some decisions that could potentially modify how students are getting in and which students are getting in, without trying to set up some systems of discriminatory practices based upon the protected class, but also being able to, for example, try to influence the SES at certain schools so that we are a better representation of the demography of the surrounding areas. And that's very tricky language to try to capture without putting in potential discriminatory practice. And I think so I would like to leave some kind of statements about the ability to prioritize potentially wait lists, to potentially wait lotteries, to do things that could influence the access in based upon practices that the board would then oversee and supervise.
I was wondering if that would fall under, because we had talked about, digging into not having a magnet school policy, maybe the time that went by without reviewing policy and recognizing that maybe there were some detrimental effects to some of our neighborhood schools by allowing schools to flourish and be so successful. And so I think the board had talked about using an overlay so we could reevaluate its effectiveness. Could that be somewhere in the policy about that? Like every 4 years or whatever time frame the board determines that they'll evaluate the overlay. In that we could be...
I thought we captured that somewhere.
Oh, maybe I missed it.
Giving you guys the authority to keep an eye on like where it's at and modifying and controlling it, using it as a tool, a lever.
Do we want to set a time frame on how often we do it, or is it?
I think you just reserve the right to do that as necessary.
Yeah. The last thing was, we talked a lot about Soren specifically because it is so small, about the students that move into that area and then don't have spots. Do we want to reserve the right just for Sorensen because it's smaller, that we hold 2 lottery spots until a week before school, or to ensure that if somebody moves in outside of that April, May, whenever that window is, that we can accommodate them, knowing that it takes years to get in after they've missed that window?
I think we would do that by practice. I'm not sure you'd want that in policy. I think that's just by the way we would administer this, that we would do the same way by administering the open enrollment policy.
But right now, they just go to the top of the waiting list, but if there's no movement for years, then they might wait 2-3 years, even though they bought a house a half a block away from Sorensen.
There's a clause in there that states we have the authority to modify a few of those things based upon what's going to work best for best representing the neighborhood schools.
Yeah, I don't love those on the magnet schools. I think it gets a little dicey with special exceptions, because that can be at least perceived as who you know or what influence you have and those sorts of things that I've seen it run into issues, particularly at Sorensen in the past, where, and I think it was on maybe a forced transfer, but someone was told you're next on the list, and then a forced transfer came in and they said, wait a second, you said I was next on the list, and that wasn't true. I wasn't next on the list.
Yeah, no, that's very real.
Number 10 just became next on the list, and I became number 2. And
I think holding at a certain percentage of spots will give you guys the ability then, if you have a forced transfer in July or August, that you have at least 1 or 2 spots for those students.
I just think one of the things that makes all of that tricky is that, and maybe as we build more schools and have better boundaries, this might not be such an issue. But in the past, we've had a number of situations where in the southern schools, we were operating, say, kindergarten, first grade at 4 over in all of the other southern schools in those classrooms. And we needed help from Sorensen. And so, the way to get help is for them to take new students. And it wouldn't help us if they took a new student from some northern school. So we needed them to take, and we all know this because that created quite a stir publicly. But what we needed them to do was to take kids from that wait list that were from one of those southern schools so that we could adjust those numbers. Because what we were experiencing was simply unjust,
I guess on procedures, if you look at 3012 P-3, at the bottom, towards the bottom of the page, it's waitlist rankings. And to me, we're saying the opposite. We're saying if all enrollment spots are filled before satisfying all applications, students will be provided a waitlist number that corresponds. And to me, that's kind of saying we're going to follow that waitlist order to the T. But I think I hear you say differently. If you're telling someone they're number 1 on the wait list, their expectation is going to be that they're number 1 on the wait list. But I think I'm hearing you say, but needs to be exceptions and circumstance. So I'm not sure we can have it both ways, or we need to be more explicit in that, because I think that's been the issue before with the example Kate just provided.
That's very common.
And we're essentially doing that with all-day kindergarten. Remember, for the fee, we're holding some spots for students that might qualify for assistance. So we've been kind of doing that in practice. I don't know when you ended up filling all of your kindergarten spots, but I think they assured that there was extended time for those families that might need assistance to apply. And so it's kind of a similar procedure. And it's really only kindergarten that this probably applies to, I would say. But maybe moving forward, we have 30 days to think about it.
Well, I think what you'd hear from us is that it actually applies at other grade levels. The circumstances Kate just mentioned, where we're getting over in every category or we need some relief, was actually in real time happened 2 or 3 times last year, in which we were in which we had, for example, 23 kids in a class of first graders at Sorensen, and we're up to 26 or 27 in some of the other schools. So then what? And it creates a even bigger disparity. So then how do we modify that? And so I guess this is probably an ongoing conversation. I think the easiest thing for us to do is to just leave it, as far as governing it, is to just make it clearly articulated that the wait list is the wait list and you're on the wait list, and when you're next, you're next. But then that also ties our hands when it comes to what about exceptional circumstances. Every time we make some kind of a movement that is considered an exceptional circumstance, it's gonna look fishy. it's going to draw attention and say, oh, it's not being on the list, it's who you know.
Yeah, that was one of the notes I made in here just about that section I just brought up was, is the wait list really going to be filled in that order? Is that a guarantee, or is that what we're saying? And I even wrote a little example. What if, we've talked about Sorensen, so let's say we're talking about Sorensen and they have a first grade teacher opening, and you establish your wait list and you hire a first grade teacher. Now she wants her student to be at Sorensen. Is she now the priority, and is her student, does that, because of the master articles and all those sorts of things, it bumps that student, right? And so
we've been working on this for about a month. It's complicated, so we definitely appreciate your feedback.
I think the one thing to remember is, well, one, it's almost 9 o'clock.
Yeah, and the live
the second thing
closes
is
5 minutes.
Right, is we've operated magnet schools without a policy for 12 years or 12-ish years, and so we don't have to put a policy in place in 30 days. And certainly if we come back in 30 days and we need more time, or we realize over the next 30 days we need more time because there's all these little issues that are bubbling up, there's not a rush. Well, you can just, I know you're going to say we need to enroll and all that, but we can just maintain status quo.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that, but I'm just asking for some indulgence on their behalf that they, as Dr. Cook mentioned, they have that intent to enroll or to continue to enroll, and they also have that March 1st window that things get super messy if they can't open that window and at least get the information in about people's preferences.
Right, but if we didn't make a decision or we deferred, it's just status quo, right? And they go with their...
Right, we'll just continue to do what we've done, and then we'll figure this out as we go.
I've got several other things in this procedure, but I think, I can just bring them up later. Some of them are just kind of nitpicky little things. The only one I guess I would bring up is in the window 1s, window 2s. Doesn't talk about it being open to district staff, and so I had that as a question. Like, it's only open to in-district students, but what if you're an out-of-district staff student?
We didn't, priority 1, in window
window
1,
one.
we didn't treat those differently. We just said district staff members, students of district staff members. It doesn't matter whether you're in or out of district. At the top of page 3012 P2, we actually started to designate a difference and then realized in the master article it's irrelevant, at least in the master article, whether you live in district or out of district.
I guess, so if you go up 3 bullet points from that, it says application windows open to all in-district students. Out-of-district students must wait until window 2. But what if they're out-of-district staff students? Like, maybe it just needs to say with the exception of
All
staff.
right, I gotcha.
I don't know.
So I was just going to share with Lisa the definition of preferred priority zones. The last sentence in there says the board may adjust the boundaries of a preferred priority zone at any time. So I knew it was in there, but if we want to, we could establish something that has with a minimum of consideration every 3 years or 4 years or something like that. And then I was just going to note that we did all that discussion about taking out the superintendent or designee, but all that same language is up in the top in policy as well.
Well, I said that whole paragraph's in both. Right. We got to take it out in both.
I'm done.
Okay, I think we're all done. All right, so we'll see all that back, and we've got some homework to do on some of that.
Please send us any emails you'd like with feedback on specific language.
My guess would be we'll be seeing this for information again next month.
Would it be possible to get it more than? Would it be possible to get it more than 2 days before the board meeting with a packet of 400 other pages? Because that's what makes it hard to delve into it. Is you got 2 days to delve into 400 pages, and I'd like 2 weeks to dive into 10. And
On just the policy stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can try. This one was a difficult. This one we were still negotiating with legal on some language, even up until the last minute. In fact, made somebody late for a basketball game that somebody wanted to go to. I know.
I mean, we probably could have had a workshop just around that. I mean, or around a section of maybe the 3 or 4 policies. And going back a few years when we were doing lots of policy work, we did a lot of workshops. We're just devoted to policy. It was big sections, like maybe we were talking about the whole 3,000 section or something. But
And officially, I do want to apologize. I know that we put a lot of heavy stuff on you guys tonight, but thanks for powering through and getting there. This was, we tried. There was like a perfect storm of everything coming to a head this month, and so thanks for hanging in there.
And next month, and the month after. Okay, calendar updates. I'm not going to go through them, but there's a bunch on there at the bottom of our page. So check your emails from Lynn, and we'll see each other almost every Monday this month, plus a few other times. So thank you, and good night. We'll adjourn.